I'm just wondering. Can you speak for me?
Yes, here I'm speaking.
Okay. Do we get feedback now? It's better? All right, happy days. And you've got the ear? Can you hear that?
I can hear it. I'm next to it.
Oh, everyone can hear it. We've got the audio on. We should cut back to our...
Exactly.
You ready? Are we
This
ready?
is what happens when you're live, Dean.
And now they can see us. Hello, everyone.
Finally.
So I'm going to take my headphones off because I look like even more of a geek with the headphones on. How do you turn the sound off on that one? There we go. Okay. So we're
back.
live. We're live from Paris with the Cocktail Spirits.
We are. We are ready for day 2. And what a day.
Today's going to be exciting. This, in case anyone didn't realize, this is the back of house. This is
Back of house, front of house. It's one house at the end of the day.
This is the geek station.
Yes. And so, what did you think about the first day? What was the highlight for you?
For me, it's, I guess that like if I was to take one highlight, it would have been at the end when we all went for dinner and I got to hang out and chat to Jack and Sam at the same time. But you all missed out on that, unfortunately.
I should have probably specified a little bit more.
Okay.
What was
We're-
the highlight of the day? Our stage, our speakers.
I really liked Sam's presentation. I think if I'd never met any of the guys or seen any of the people present before, my highlight certainly would have been Eric. He's just such a big personality. But having not known anything about Wax On and what was happening with Sam, both in his life personally and putting the bar together, I loved Sam's presentation.
Yes.
Can you take that one away? It's that. If you put that on that
Can you
table.
take this one? I see. We're having some technical issues.
How's that? Is that all right? Because if I turn mine on mute, does that sound better?
Maybe you need to keep your headphones on, even if it makes you look like a tech geek. Because kind of that's what you are, but you should embrace it. Because it's a good thing.
Be yourself. We should learn from the rain, right?
Yes, exactly. I am just a geek. At least you have geeky qualities. I'm just a geek.
Yeah, well, I'm a tech geek, that's the thing. You're like a
Geek.
hospitality geek.
Well, so what are you looking forward to for today? We have an amazing lineup of speakers, very different from yesterday, but within the same...
Within the same realm.
Yes.
Yeah.
We start in the kind of like the opposite order when it comes to bars. So we start with Alex Frezza, which is an amazing bartender, bar owner from Naples. And he represents perhaps the more kind of classic approach to hospitality.
So when you say the opposite, it would have been like we ended with Eric yesterday. We're now starting with Alex.
Exactly. Because yesterday we started with Sam, who, you know, at first glance is very much about, you know, pushing the boundaries maybe a little bit when it comes to liquids and drinks. Or looking at it from a different point of view. But I think what connects all of our speakers, regardless of the liquid product that they serve, all of them also encapsulates the essence of hospitality and being a host, taking care of people.
And they're all deeply passionate people. That's why if you've seen before, my favorite part was getting to sit and just openly chat with them. It's like my favorite thing. A table full of very passionate people, but I think today, I haven't met Alex Frezza before, so
Do you want to meet him?
I haven't met him before.
Can you turn the camera this way? And I will
so,
let you
so
meet
for the,
him
For the people at
now.
home, I have
in
multiple different camera angles.
1 second,
so
because
I can do this.
yes,
And,
all right.
and I can
so
catch Monica.
We found him. He has arrived.
There we
He's
go.
Yeah.
Hello.
I was.
not wearing a white jacket, but
I will drink a little vermutino for brunch.
and saying happy birthday to Leo.
Thank you very much.
Of course. Yes.
Oh, is it? It's Leo's birthday?
We already agreed that it's the godfather of vermouth. And the because that's what he called himself yesterday, for those who didn't watch the live stream. So this is Alex, and he will be our
Okay.
first speaker, talking about all the things he learned when he opened his bar in Naples, the birthplace of pizza.
And his bar is a classic style bar, like white. It's a jacket.
White jacket.
Classic.
Yes.
Wow. Okay.
Yes. And he will
Okay.
tell us, I think, what the white jacket represents for him. And I think, you know, for anyone watching this at home and thinking that this is very awkward, it is, because we are trying to learn how to act on camera, how to not be too close, but also not too far, and speak from 2 different microphones and behave natural. It's
Yeah.
very easy.
And it's very warm in here. You can't
Yes.
see at home, but it's really warm in here.
Around
So-
35 degrees, no air
Yeah.
condition, and no air circulation.
And our blood's thick, like London blood.
Yes.
You know. Actually, you're Norwegian, so it must be even harder for you. It's so hot.
Yes. Well,
Right. So I think we're getting a handle on it.
yes,
We're getting a
back to
handle
the
on it.
program. So after Alex, we obviously have Maria Cannabal, who is the founder and president of Parabere Forum, which is an amazing organization and amazing forum that has for a long time focused on representing and sharing gastronomy's point of view seen from a female voice. And I think for me personally, it's one of the most amazing trade events of the year, because the program that she puts together every year is amazing. It's so well thought through, and it's so inspirational, the speakers. But it also is really, really nice to be... Guys, you are in front of the camera, just so you know.
So this is what's going on. Obviously, it's a live stand here. People are getting all excited about the talks, because we are
Exactly.
actually. If you can see here, we're going to be hosting talks.
Yes, you can see us
throughout
back in the
day.
corner.
So you can see these seats. People are going to be sitting at these seats and watching seminars, and obviously
Yes,
the point of the cameras and us is that we're sharing those seminars with you. So
yes. For
people are starting to get into it.
Exactly. And it's much more lively today than it was yesterday, because I think we just found our second speaker
So
arriving at the
Maria's
stand.
standing there with the biggest smile on her
Yes.
face.
And I was saying, so it's one of the events that I really appreciate, because it's so friendly, it's so inclusive, it's so, you know, when you meet once a year, you really get to catch up with people that you haven't seen for a while, and it's the spirit of the event is very, you know, sharing, very inclusive, very trying to do something
Where is it
valuable
held?
together. So it changes location every year. The last time it was in Palma de Mallorca,
Okay.
which was
That sounds nice.
very nice. And then it's been in Barcelona, it has been in Malmö, it has been in Oslo. So it travels around the world.
Do you know where it goes next?
I don't know, but maybe we can ask Maria later.
I'll write that down.
Exactly.
Question for later. And I had the good fortune of going out for drinks and dinner with Maria last night, and it was a lot of fun.
Yes, it was.
She's a lot
Maria,
of
in
fun.
general, is a lot of fun. Our third speaker, Constanza, fantastic, amazingly talented bartender, who opened her first bar in Lisbon, Toca de la Postre, for a few years ago. She's actually coming in this morning straight from celebrating their anniversary.
Okay.
So
it's
and
another one like Eric where
Yes.
there's no sleep, straight in from
No sleep.
service. Oh my
Just
God.
plane,
thing.
train, bus, car.
Yeah, the machines. So the speakers are such high functioning as well. Like everyone that yesterday had very busy weekends, had very busy days, and then were able to pull themselves up and present at such a high level. It was
It's really
inspirational in that.
Exactly. And then to close out today is probably the talk that Dean is the most excited about, because he has literally not stopped talking about this for the last 3 weeks. And that is Daniel Waddy, who is the co-author of Round Building. And I will say this, of all the bar books that I've read the last few years, this is the book that every single young bartender, medium bartender, old bartender needs to read, because this is the essentials of what we do, which is basically making drinks consistently at a high quality and fast for our guests.
I'm really excited about it because I think the thing I always struggled with when I first started bartending, like I got kind of a short attention span, as you could say, like ADHD, whatever you want to call it. I would start building a round or serving someone, and halfway through, I go to grab the Prosecco or whatever out of the fridge, and when I'm putting it back, it's not all organized, and I would actually start rearranging the fridge for like a minute or two. And when I first started, and I couldn't focus on one round build and finish it out because I hadn't been taught. But working at, I kind of got beaten out of me over the years. I just had to get really fast. But working at Milk and Honey, everything had to come up at the same time. Everything had to be delicious. It all had to be like in order, perishables, and that. I loved that and thought, why isn't everyone taught this? Why aren't we all doing that? And obviously Kevin Armstrong was the head of training for that group at the time. So Daniel and Kevin have taken that further and extended that. So for me, I thought it was going to be a lost art or a conversation that wasn't being had anymore. But now he's bringing it back.
Yes,
so
it's
very
definitely
exciting.
Something that needs to be brought back, and it should never have left even, I would say, because it's such an elementary thing that if you have a group of guests, they should all be getting their drinks at the same time, so nobody is left waiting. If you need to be consistent of the wash lines, you need to pay attention, you need to know which order to put things into the glass, into the shaker, into the mixing glass, when to stir, when to shake, when to build, these
and
things.
The thermodynamics, how long it takes for the ice to break down, how many minutes do you have? It changes in every environment, but how long do you actually have? Yeah, it's going to be fun.
Yes, and we also have another very, very special treat for today, and that is the preview of tomorrow's premiere of the second episode of Up Close and Personal, where we went to Singapore filming at Jigger and Pony. So we're going to show this in about 20 minutes time, and trust me, this is something that you really want to watch, especially if you want to build your business going from one venue to multiples and growing also your team, staying consistent and staying focused on the business.
And also Indra and Goya are in it, so
yes,
they're
amazing.
They're two of my favorite people in the industry.
Yeah.
They're my Singapore mum and dad. They they used to make sure I was getting a good night's rest, not drinking too much when I was in Singapore. You know, they know I could get carried away with the crowd. They were very good to me. So they're natural hospitality, even though they kind of didn't come from bartending backgrounds. They've got that personality. So they're
they have the hospitality instinct.
Hospitality instinct.
And trust me, when you spend time with Dean in the best possible way, you have to know that sometimes you just need to send him to bed because he always wants to go for that last drink.
Yeah, we only get one life, right?
Exactly. But sometimes you have to sleep as well.
I had a great night last night at Candelaria. I watched all the girls dancing and having a lovely time, and it was really nice.
So a question for everyone watching at home would be, if you could decide what would be the next bar we go to and film for up close and personal, or next personality we go and talk to, who would that be? So from last week's episode, we went to see Sly, Augustine from Trailer Happiness in London. Now we're going to Singapore to Jigger and Pony. And then we have a few other treats coming up as well. So give us your suggestions in the chat.
Yeah.
What would be your choice?
Me? I would love to see Kino-san from China, from Singapore, Shanghai. He's, when I first met him, he was working in an old kind of man's Japanese bar, but 2007, 2008, hand carving all the ice, making every drink to perfection, but there might be two old guys in there kind of coughing, smoking a cigarette over a whiskey. And I watched his bar go from kind of empty with a few people drinking whiskey to so busy you couldn't enter it. And then he bought more bars and more bars and more bars. And he's trained hundreds of young Chinese bartenders in a combination of Chinese and Japanese styles. So,
Wow.
So he was trained in Japan, but brought Japanese style of bartending back to China. And he's grown in Shanghai massively. And he's an old, he's one of those people that he's just got such warm hospitality when you see his face. Look, I'm getting goosebumps thinking about it. I see his face, and it's like just seeing him smile is like getting a cuddle. He's just lovely. So I'd love to see more people see that side of Chinese hospitality that.
Amazing. Well,
I don't
maybe
get
we
to
can
see.
suggest that.
Yeah. Wow.
Yes.
So do we want to show everyone what's happening? Do we want to attempt for you to do a
Yeah,
walk
let's go
around?
for a walk.
Where did your?
It's here.
We've got
I
it there.
will just sneak out and try to take you on a little tour of the show, while Zine will be the tech guy.
I will be responsible for whether or not the tech fails on us. So
Okay, let's try.
yeah, we're putting a lot of faith in this. Let's see what happens when I push this button. Oh no! All right, let's
The
see.
tech guy failed.
Come on. Oh, it's out of battery. Oh, what are the chances of that?
Fortunately, Dean is the tech guy and not me, because I would have just no. So,
Come on.
wow.
Yeah?
It looks like we are back.
Uh-oh. It's changed cameras. There you go.
All right. Can you hear me?
I think I have you.
It definitely doesn't want to look at me. I mean, this is the most comical thing of everything. Yes?
It looks great. Look,
Okay.
you just need to keep yourself in the center and we're winning.
Okay.
All right.
I'm definitely thinking that we're going to lose, but okay. I will try
It's
to
worth
go
a try.
for a walk. And probably I won't actually be able to hear you that much. But see, okay, now I understand. It's like driving a truck backwards. So everything you want to do, you want to do the opposite. Okay.
I've got mine.
So it's up when it's down and down when it's up. But I figured it out now. Okay, so let me go up to the entrance and take you in for the full guest experience, I would say, because I think it's important. Because this is the last year that we will be in Palais de Tokyo, which is one of the iconic museums of Paris, and it's a wonderful site. Right now they are between exhibitions. So you'll see a lot of work being done. And when guests arrive, they will be arriving here. Outside, we have the terrace restaurant.
It does look like we're starting to lose Monica, unfortunately.
Trying to run away,
Yeah,
but this is the wonderful team that is organizing the conference every year,
it's a shame.
and then the experience starts. Let's see if I can manage to walk down stairs without falling. Even though that would
Monica, if you can hear me. Can you hear me?
So this year,
No.
Cocktails and Spirit has
Okay.
a theme
So
focusing
we're
on
going to cut it with
the
Monica.
next 100
Unfortunately, she's not coming through properly. And what we might do, I might actually look at taking a little break. I'm going to catch up with Monica and we're going to give that one more try. So it's a nice test to have done, but we're going to try to get that working properly again. Just give me 1 minute. Are you muted? No? Check this out. Okay, and we're back.
We are back, and that did not work, but it was a valuable lesson. Internet.
We tried both 5G and using the Wi-Fi,
Yes.
and neither of
So
them seemed to
now
work.
we know what we didn't know, and we can improve. So sorry for that.
And the funny thing is, with all of that technology, when you do a practice run, there's no one in the building. So we didn't have a problem with the Wi-Fi when we did a practice run. But when
No.
you do it in real life,
And there's hundreds of people also connected to the same
Yes.
Wi-Fi.
it did sound. I could hear you. It sounded like an entertaining thing was happening.
Yeah,
But
well, I mean,
you were presenting very well.
Oh, thank
Yeah.
you. Well, to be honest, I was literally just walking and talking, which...
Okay, I'm being told the
Now it's
audio
okay.
is not coming
Now it's
through.
okay. Apparently
You got
now
it?
it's okay.
All right.
So, yes.
I'm glad we decided to take an hour to warm up before our speakers come on.
Yes.
It was a very good call. Yeah, this nice little kind of introducing everyone to the show is
It's good. It's
It's
good.
good. It
And
feels
in
human.
the future, we'll actually introduce them to the show as well. You can hear today that there's much more activity behind us, though.
Yeah.
Especially on the Martinique stand. We are making a lot of decorates, I feel.
they're making a lot of cocktails, yeah.
Yes.
And yesterday there wasn't quite as much shaking, but in case you're interested, if you were sitting here at the show, I'll show you what the stand looks like. We've got these little kind of silent disco headsets which sound amazing. So
Yes.
you're in the middle of quite a big, busy show with lots of things going on and echoes, but the speakers, audio's coming through perfectly to the headset. So you're sitting here and it feels like you're in a captive environment, if that makes sense.
Yes,
so
it's
it's
very-
quite nice. It's a
it's
cool
an-
little setup.
Knowledge oasis in a very busy bar show.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. So what else have we got going on today? We've got the premiere, don't we?
We do. So I think one thing that has become quite apparent after conversations with a lot of people is that many people that are in the same positions as myself, meaning owning a bar, they feel a little bit lost sometimes, and it would be great to be able to open up for the discussion where, bar owners can ask all the questions that you maybe are scared of asking. Getting the advice and tips from others that are in the same position, because again, some things you can only understand and experience once you experience it. And through this kind of series, the up close and personal, and also our talk that we did in Rome last week, which actually was this week because it's Sunday.
Yeah.
But we did a talk about lessons of a bar owner, where you can kind of discuss all of the things that you normally wouldn't get a chance to discuss and learn from others' mistakes, and that's in that way. It's a really valuable discussion as well, and a forum that will probably develop into something really cool.
When you say you wouldn't have a chance to discuss them, do you feel it's because bar owners don't have as many opportunities to get together and discuss these things, or is it because there's a kind of a boundary to sharing them?
I think it's both, because when you own a business, you have to make sure that your business works before you can leave. So a lot of the time you get stuck inside your own venue trying to fix all of the small things before you can even see other people. But there's also this stigma about you shouldn't ask for help because you should already know.
Yeah.
But especially when you're a first-time owner or operator, there's so many pitfalls, and like Eric mentioned yesterday, especially a lot of the legal works and a lot of the kind of
Yeah.
paperwork, depending which country you are in, it's so overwhelming because nobody tells you that you're going to need this license, this license, this license. And like Sly says in his video, it's like, as soon as you open a bar, you automatically owe money to 10 different institutions that you never even heard about before, which is all owned by the government, so you have to pay.
That is a huge thing. I always thought the biggest boundary for me, if I wanted to open a bar, I'd be terrified of everybody else is relying on me for their paychecks. It's like I think one of the shows yesterday, the owner of the bar was saying, I don't see it as 12 staff. I see it as 12 families that are relying on me. So that to me would be terrifying, you know?
Exactly, and I think you referencing the perspectives in Alchemico, and it's very true. And it's, you know, as an employer of other people, you kind of accept the responsibility of providing a livelihood for people. In the return, they give you, you know, their work, their kind of everyday to day. But it's a huge responsibility, and it's something that weighs on everyone that is in charge of people. So I think having a forum where these things can be discussed is very much needed.
And that you think that will be something that Campari Academy will grow further into in the future?
Definitely.
All right, amazing. Very cool.
I think it's time to watch the episode.
Okay, so we're going to watch the premiere of the Inter and Goya one, right?
Yes, so this one will premiere tomorrow on our website, CampariAcademy.com. But for those who are watching the live stream, we thought that we would give you a little treat, so we'll show you first. But don't tell anyone.
Yeah, tomorrow, it's tomorrow today.
Tomorrow, as in Tuesday.
Yeah. Okay. No, it's not Tuesday anywhere in the world yet, is it?
No.
No. Maybe Australia?
In a few hours, it will be tomorrow. But they will show it then tomorrow as well.
Okay, are you ready? We're going to press play on this, enjoy the video, and we'll pick back up when you're at the other side.
My name is Goi, and I am in charge of hospitality and operations within our 7 operating venues in Singapore.
I am Indra Cantono. I'm Goi's husband as well as co-founder in Jigger & Pony Group. On a day-to-day basis, I look after our marketing and business development aspects.
I was working in Singapore Airlines for about 6 years. The biggest joy that I have with my jobs was the people I meet, the people I cross paths with, and the inspiration I get from them. Indra and I sat down and we thought about it hard on, what would be the right direction. From his corporate life, we took a page and we created what would be our company's mission, to be a place in the community people can find comfort, forge friendships, and share happiness. So that's how we started the business. We decided that a bar is a social place where people can meet other people and inspire other people, and that's why we decided to start a cocktail bar.
I come from a very completely different background altogether. I came from management consulting and finance. So when we first opened our first bar, Jigger & Pony, some 11 years ago, we didn't quite exactly know what we were doing. We didn't quite exactly know what we didn't know. But perhaps that allowed us to also bring a fresh perspective and a fresh way of doing things. In the beginning, it was tough. When we first hired our first team, I think within the first 8-9 months, pretty much all of the opening team have left us. Probably because we were not very good managers. We've never really managed people and understood a lot of the protocol, the norms in food and beverage. But we persevered through. We learned on the fly. We had the good opportunity of having very good mentors. So perhaps in hindsight, while it was challenging, it brought us some good original way of doing things. The Singapore community has turned into something really special, and a lot of it is because of the camaraderie, positivity, one bar supporting another bar. We felt that there was this amazing opportunity to create something totally new in Singapore at that time, and to convert people who have never drank cocktails or don't have cocktail drinking as part of their everyday culture to embrace that. Of course, Goi and I are also as happy when we have young bartenders coming to us and says, hey, I want to open my own bar too. We hope that this community will continue to grow, and perhaps they'll have it even easier than when we started, because finding resource now is a lot easier than before.
As we go into the modern age of technology, everybody can deliver their food, their groceries, watch movies, and entertain at home. Why do people still come out? For efficiency, we should just meet online virtually. But humans are social creatures, and I think they come out even more so now for that human connection, that experience that you can orchestrate for them. And that is the huge difference between service and hospitality.
This is all not to say that beverage is not important in a cocktail bar. That is definitely our product. But the product is a means to that end. Come for the cocktails, and stay for the hospitality, and definitely come back for the hospitality. We try to give our team the ability to make decisions and to really focus on hospitality. We're not here to control every single aspect. It's not that cocktail where you have acid adjusted and bricks measured to make sure it's perfect. In fact, let's take a look at things that will go wrong and find a way about how we can turn them around, and let's share those stories every day on the reports and with our team.
Just in general, I don't believe in rules. I think rules are meant to be broken. Instead, our organization is built on values. We have 5 company core values that we use every day with our team. My favorite one being irrelevancy of being right. In order to be successful in gaining engagement, you can use these principles to build your success. It is something that you realize that you have become a manager when you feel your success is when your team have successes.
We have 120 full-time team members. It's a lot of responsibility and a lot of mouths to feed. But at the same time, what we realize is, look, you're not doing this alone. The bigger you are as an organization, the stronger your team and the more motivated, smart people you have in your organization. Koi mentioned before that the success of a manager is to find successes through other people. What we try to do now is to try to create systems, to try to then introduce a lot of principles. We are also building, for example, our own version of the Campari Academy that we humbly call the Pony Academy, where we want our team to quickly learn and to adopt this mindset that when I join Sugar and Pony Group, it's going to be constantly about learning and constantly then about imparting that knowledge as well. I think that's what we've learned to do, that together we can actually achieve even more.
Since reopening from the pandemic, I think the hospitality industry definitely, in terms of workforce, has shrunk significantly. And then also thinking about how the pandemic changed our ideals of work and work-life balance. We were thinking about how to be creative in terms of allowing people to do what they enjoy, but also providing the support and being able to grow the team and the organization. So then we created this role where when you apply to us, you are assessed as a full-time team, and then you have an option to do a 4-day work week. Your 4-day work week is prorated based on the full time, so that you aren't working 4 days and 16, 18 hours a week. You're actually working less hours. That allows you the opportunity to have a stable job, but also pursue passions.
I think the key part here is having options as opposed to prescribing this is the one and only one way. There's a lot of debate perhaps out there today about what is the right work model for the future generations of hospitality industry. There will be those that want to work as a part-time while I'm studying or pursuing another career. Or as Koi mentioned, perhaps this becomes a stable base in which I then pursue other freelance jobs. Or I really love this, I want to become a management, or I want to become the best bartender in the world. I want to dedicate 110% of my effort into this, and we will be able to fast track and give you all the training that you want for you to be an expert in the field. So I think it's about having those options. The truth is, a bar, a restaurant, hey, it's a business. There's a lot of passion involved in it, there's a lot of creativity involved in it, but we have bills to pay. And in order to do that, we have to have enough revenue for that to happen. As the community mature, as the bar industry mature, as our team mature, they understand that too. That our bar managers here, they are actually on the driving seat of a multi-million-dollar business. They're responsible for this. And I think for them too, this is like exciting. You know, when they started their career, they were making cocktails and that's it. And now they're responsible for an entire business. Sometimes they can be a dirty word, like to talk about business when it comes to restaurants and bars. I don't think it's dirty at all, and especially if the pandemic reminded us is if we can't pay salaries, we can't pay rent, there's not going to be any restaurants and bars.
For bartenders that eventually want to and look to opening their own bar, one of the biggest challenges that they need to face is understanding that it's no longer about them and their cocktail, but it's about running a business and taking care of people. And at the end of the day, you must have an open mind and the willingness to adapt your product to be able to be successful in business. Being okay that you may have to disagree, but be on board with other people's ideas. If you partner and work with somebody who only agrees with you, you are never challenged to think thoroughly about your concept and what you're about to execute.
If I were to look at it on my hindsight, I wish we had started our bar earlier, believe it or not, because I think it's very rewarding. We want people to love becoming a hospitality professional. In this part of the world, hospitality wasn't thought of as a preferred career. I think for now, one of the goals that we want to measure our success by is just how successful can we be in changing that perception and also changing the reality. You know, perception exists because perhaps there's some reality to it. Perhaps it is true that F&B careers in the past can be very uncertain and only suitable when you are fit and young and healthy. But we want to try our best as an industry and as a company to see how can we make sure that eventually people who say, I love people, I love hospitality. I think there's a lot of people who love people out there in the world that they can say, you know, I want to be a bartender. It's a great career. Or I want to be a chef. It's a great career.
I don't believe that success in hospitality is reliant on the service and the products alone. In a restaurant or a bar, the food, the service, the drinks, the design, they're merely ingredients in the recipe of human connection.
Nosotros trabajamos con gente, digamos, objetivo. Tal vez es algo muchísimo más efímero. Quizás es algo que se termina, solo una experiencia que dura 2 horas, pero tiene que ir al corazón.
The cocktail is something beautiful, but if you know what is behind that, yeah, that's the impact is amazing, you know.
I believe that the work we do is really important, and I think that's essential for people to understand. Hospitality leadership is distinct because the leaders prioritize connection.
Would you like a coffee?
I would love a coffee. Thank you.
It's also important to say that I've had amazing baristas working for me over the years. I'm not one of those amazing baristas. I think there's like this beautiful and unparalleled power that comes with an entire group of like-minded and passionate people deciding together that they are going to accomplish something. I think we're all capable of much more than we think, especially if we have an amazing team to do it with.
And a lot of people, they've never had this in their lives, which is also quite surprising.
Yes.
Liderar en hospitalidad es muy complicado y es muy apasionante. Empecé de muy joven queriendo ser bartender en un mundo en el que tal vez no había tantos bares específicos de coctelería. Y acá en Argentina los hoteles 5 estrellas liderados por hombres mayores con smoking y guantes, y yo estaba muy lejos de eso. Y se me abrió una enorme puerta que fue trabajar en el gran bar danzón. Queremos que este bar lo dirija una mujer. Y esa fue mi gran oportunidad y desde ahí no paré. Lo sigo confirmando hoy. Y de instruir y de guiar y de acompañar en esos crecimientos. La mayoría de las veces pensar antes qué le pasaría o qué me pasaría a mí en el lugar del otro.
I live between two worlds, the nightlife, cocktail bars, and the life at the farm. Right now, I spend even more time at the farm than at the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So I'm still in charge of taking care with part of the team, taking care of this big family, right? Success in hospitality makes the people grow around you. It's never an individual goal, you know. And when they gave me this award of most sustainable bar in the world, I was like, I don't know how to accept that. And that's why when we went on the stage, I had the flag of Colombia and I printed on the other side a huge picture of the team because it's not me, it's like us, you know?
There's a retired U.S. Navy captain named David Marquet who said that the people at the top have all the authority, the people on the front line have all the information. Empowering your team is one of the best first steps you can take to start bridging that divide.
When I started, I was like let's say the leader, right? Every night at the bar, that was really hard to delegate. At the beginning, you live like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, a night. And now I love when the people say, okay, I went to the bar and I have like a beautiful experience and I was not there, you know? Because they are the leaders. So I really trust the team. A huge part of this is empathy, right? Empathy with the team. So we always try to listen to them, to take them into account, but as well how they feel as, human being, right?
Trabajar en el mismo plano que los demás. Es muy difícil hacer hospitalidad con un equipo que no está contento con su día a día. Esto es tratar de tener a cada uno en el lugar que mejor se siente, es capacitar, es disfrutar también, es ayudar a que el equipo también salga, vaya a bares, vaya a restaurantes, se ponga en el lugar de los clientes y lograr esa empatía necesaria para cada uno de esos detalles. Porque la hospitalidad son un montón de detalles que tienen que ver con que finalmente el cliente la pase bien.
I think rules generally are the enemy of positive culture, even within a team. And in order for a rule to come off of a list, the way it works now is you need to prove why the rule shouldn't exist anymore. I think if more organizations looked at their list of rules and went through them one by one and had to prove why everyone needed to exist, we'd end up with a lot less rules, which I believe ends up with a better culture and a better quality of leadership. There's a place in, I think it's Alabama, called Lambert's House of Throwed Rolls. When you go there, you sit down and it's this big dining room, and every 30 minutes or so, someone pushes a big cart of delicious, freshly baked rolls. And then people in the dining room start raising their hand, and the guy starts throwing the rolls across the dining room to them. That one simple step of service is the thing that put that place on the map. How many cultures do you think wouldn't kill that idea right away for being utterly ridiculous? But they had created a culture where that idea was indulged. to the point where, as ridiculous as it might have seemed in the beginning, it became the thing that defined the restaurant. I think far too many places kill bad ideas too early because sometimes the worst idea is just a simple shift away from being the best idea.
How can we do it together? If you want to improve, if you want to say something to change the way we are working, please tell us, It's communication. The success of this way of working is just like we talk on the same level, right? And we are human beings having like a relationship. Is not only work, is to be sensitive enough to see them as a part of the family and not only, please do that, just do that, no.
Tuve una época en la que empecé a darme cuenta de que lo que yo decía después se hacía y se replicaba. Tuve una escuela de coctelería a la que muchos de los bartenders que hoy tienen bares muy exitosos fueron, y la forma en la que yo trabajaba y la forma en la que yo hablaba y la forma en la que yo explicaba, después se veían los bares. Cuando yo iba a tomar algo con mis amigas, y eso fue como un poco impactante, sí.
Working every day, I couldn't see like how fast we were growing. And every Christmas, I closed the bar to have like a huge meal with the team. But at the beginning, we were like very few. But after 2 years, I would say, we were inviting the families as well. So when I saw all these people, I felt like I have like a huge responsibility. I mean, now it's serious.
It's remarkable how many people are craving leadership. If you believe that you have something to give to the world, you can't sit around and wait for someone to come up to you and say, hey, you're a leader now. One day, you just need to decide to start leading. And I think you'll be surprised by how many people will be ready and willing to follow.
Okay. Let's see now.
We are back.
I am gonna set up my headphones, make sure everything's working.
Yes,
And we're
everything
back.
is working.
If we take a look so everyone can see, this is the stand now. This is why we took that little break, so we could get everybody set up for our presentations.
Exactly. And it's very exciting, and it's already a full
Yes,
show.
there was a line. There was a full house. It's much busier today.
Yes, it is. Probably because yesterday was very eventful in Paris. We had music festivals, we had Mother's Day, we have plenty of different events around the city. But now, let's
I
start.
think we're ready to go. I think we can. You take this mic, give it to Alex, and
then we
it's
roll.
time to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. So let me get back to my switching. Good luck.
Thank you. Let's go. And we are back for the second day of Cocktails and Spirit, Bar Rouge. I have Alex Frezza, who is our first speaker of the day, all the way from Naples, arrived 2 hours ago,
I'm here.
straight from service. We have the clicker already in his hand. Dean, let's switch the screen. Exactly. And with no further ado, welcome Alex.
Hello, everybody. Nice to be here. Can you hear me? So, fine. Right.
Okay, perfect. Yes.
Right. Before I introduce myself, I'll introduce the little chat that we will have today. It's called How the Hell Did I Get Here? If you're wondering, I'll do a few explanations about that. But there are two main reasons. As an Italian, I speak a bit better English. My mother was English. It's not my merit. She gave that to me. And I have better friends than other people. Monica. I don't know why Monica decided to keep me here today to speak with you, but it's a great honor. I used to come here very often in the past, many years ago, before I opened the bar, and I didn't have any more time to go to bar shows. And this is one of my favorite bar shows. The best content I ever heard in any bar show I've ever been was in Paris. I still remember the bartenders that had the presentations, and still today there are things that come to my mind and I learn from them. Right. This is a bit of a longer presentation that I compressed into 6 or 7 little pills that I would like to give you. One of the things that is most difficult to share is experience. Because when you get it, you don't need it anymore. And so you forget how important it might be for other people. So I will say a number of things. You take what you need. You never know when you might need it, okay? Right. Now, what the hell am I doing here? Who the hell am I? My name is Alexander Fretzer. This is my date of birth. You do the calculations of how old I am. I'm probably the oldest bartender that is here today. In 2007, I studied architecture, left that. 2007, I opened with 3 partners a cocktail catering company. Cocktails, which is like doing Vietnam War. It's logistics, warfare, all sorts of terrible things. In 2012, we opened a cocktail school to form staff for the catering. And finally, in 2015, I opened L'Antiquario with my partners. It's my first bar I opened, okay? So I had no experience in opening bars, and I did, I think, 50% of the mistakes that I could do, which I think is very good percentage. Oh, and that picture is of me during a rave that we used to do with the catering. A 9,000 people, 48-hour rave. This was after about 36-hour working. I had a little breakdown. I thought maybe, this was 11 years ago, this was 2011, I think, and I thought maybe I should open my own bar. It took me 5 years to open my own bar, and this was the precise moment when I thought about it, and someone took a picture of me, and every now and again I look at the picture, so I'm motivated. First thing you need when you open a bar is a dream. Do you recognize this bar? Do you recognize it? Do, right. If you don't recognize this bar, very bad. Go and do your homework. This bar today looks like this, but before it was different. Instead of this A here, there was a Amaro Cinar Affresco in here. When I went there for the first time, I never saw it like this. When I went the first time, I thought, it's in New York. It's Attaboy, New York, before it was Milk and Honey, okay? One of the most important bars that revolutionized our era of cocktails. And when I saw the Cinar Affresco, I said, what is an artichoke Amaro doing here? In America, they don't even know what an artichoke is. It's probably the most exotic thing they could see. And the guy at the bar said, it's the most beautiful label we have ever seen, and we put it there. And for me, it was really strange. This bar was what made me have the dream of opening a bar, the image of it. It's very important to have a goal where to go, an idea of what you want in your bar that will fuel you, because bars, they drain you. You need something to put in when you're empty. And this gave me the image of what I wanted. This was a bar, very unique. There was no menu, little staff, only reservations. The bartender would come to the table and ask you what you wanted, and he would make you a cocktail tailored for you. They were always classics. You had the illusion that he was making something for you, but there was always the same 5 or 6 cocktails. And destiny is something strange. I was here in 2011 or 12. Then it became Attaboy. I never saw it like this. When I opened my bar, I had an A behind it too, because it was called L'Antiquario. It was open in a road where there were antique shops. I didn't know this before. And my dream was cocktails, or if not cocktails, if I had to add something, I would do champagne, okay? I come from Naples. Cocktails aren't a thing in Naples. We do all sorts of things, and I'll speak about that now. And that was my little bracket that I wanted to use. Cocktails and champagne, which is already quite difficult. But I said, if I want to be good at something, I have to specialize. So first thing, where is Naples? Naples is in the south of Italy, 200 kilometers from Rome. It's the third city in Italy. Rome is the first, Milan is the second, Naples is the third. It's my favorite city in the world, okay? It's the same longitude as New York. It's called Napoli, means new city, just like New York means New York. So there's some sort of analogy. And the most important thing is when you open a bar, is context before content. What does that mean? It means that where you do something is more important than what you do. That for us bartenders is a bit strange because we always want to do our thing. We have a new idea. We have our things that we want to show people. But before you want to show something, you have to calculate very well where you are. And I knew exactly where I was. In Naples. And Naples is not a cocktail city, unfortunately. It's wonderful. We like to eat. You know it from probably many things, pizza, mozzarella, all sorts of culinary and gastronomic things. But cocktails, no. We do aperitif, we drink wine, we like champagne, but it's not a cocktail place. And when we were designing the bar, my partners all kept on repeating this thing to me. Alex, what you do, just be careful, because Naples is not London. Naples is not Paris. And this thing, I remember it because it sounded bad at the beginning, but then it became a very good thing. Because I think, right, if I'm not London, I'm not Paris, it'll be simpler for me, because I don't have that competition, and maybe I can do something different. So if you come to Naples, please come. It's a wonderful city. It's been sold better recently, so we have more tourists, but it's always been a wonderful city. So what did L'Antiquario become? This is a brief description of the bar, and then we'll go ahead. L'Antiquario is a closed-door bar in a road that once used to be all antique shops, okay? The antique shop was similar to this. It was called Antichità Leone. I wanted to keep the name. They wouldn't let me keep it. So I had to find another name, and it's L'Antiquario. The subtitle is Classic, Contemporary, and Modern. It's a 55 square meter on the top. I do 48 to 52 people, mostly seated, no standing. Now I do all reservations. Very simple. When you open a bar, be very careful where you spend your money. The more money you have, the better it is. If you think you have enough money, it's not enough. Get more. Get more, buy more shares. Be very careful where you spend your money. I didn't have much money. When I invested, I was very careful where to spend it, and I spent it on things that are a long-term investment. Red velvet and wallpaper. Everybody understands that. Naples wasn't a city where you could risk it. My first concept was a bar with no bottles. It was 2013. I thought I would do an antique shop with no bottles. But it was too early for that in Naples. And this still works today. Okay, people immediately, psychologically understand red and vintage, good quality wallpaper. Second thing, spend your money where your clients can touch it. If you don't have money, put the lights down. Candlelight and you're fine. If you want to keep the lights a bit higher, put your money where people can touch it, not in places where people will never get there. So this is the bar, very simple, high tables, low tables, and lots of bottles, okay? When we opened, my partner said, Alex, but will the people recognize that this is a cocktail bar? We don't have anything outside that says it. I said, don't worry. Once we put in 600 bottles and people will hear the shakers, they'll immediately understand that we do only cocktails here. And so it was. It actually worked. Right. Very important. Have you got a maestro in your life? I didn't realize this when I was starting learning. I have no official education in cocktails. I learned it all on my own, reading books, going to bars, seeing people. And I was very lucky to subconsciously choose some maestri in my life. Maestro in Italian is the name of the first teacher you have when you're in primary school. And it's a teacher that teaches you mostly how to live, you know, how to deal with other people. It's one teacher for all the subjects. Very important teacher. After that, you get professors for each subject, and things get complicated. Maestro is different from mentor. Mentor means that you have a close relationship with him. It's he gives you something and you absorb it. It's a tricky word. It can be good and it can be bad. A maestro is something that you choose. He's there, he shines a light in the future, he shows you a direction, and you can choose if to go or not go. And you can cherry pick the things that you like and you don't like. These are 3 of my 5 or 6 maestri. Did you recognize the silhouette? Do you know them? All of them? Good, right. For each one of them, they taught me something. Doesn't mean that I like everything of them. Actually, there are things that I don't like about each one of them. But still, the lessons they teach me still give me a lot today. Sasha Petraske, the guy that opened Milk and Honey. I was lucky enough to meet him, guess where? In Naples. On a Monday night about 15 years ago. Never would have expected that, okay? Naples is a city where strange things happen. Sasha taught me two things. Respect for the product, respect for the staff, and respect for the clients, okay? There's a wonderful story about Sasha that a friend of mine that worked with him told me. He said once he was making a French 75 for a table, and he opened a bottle of champagne and he poured it in the coupe, and Sasha stopped him and said, "What are you doing?" I said, "What, I'm putting a champagne in French 75. He said, "No, the label has to face the client." And he said, "But just me and you here." "I know, but there's the bottle too. You have to respect the bottle." Now that sounds a stupid story, but if you think about it, if you keep that level of detail in everything you do at the bar, things will work better. And every time I pour a bottle of champagne, that always comes to my mind. I will never forget it. Another thing, very important if you open a bar, music and lighting. Sasha Petraske understood the thing. Milk and Honey was done with, I think, $500. There was nothing of value in that bar. But two things were important, candlelight and music. If you don't have money in a bar, just lower the lights, do candlelight, and whatever bar you have, play Nina Simone, it will work. If you don't know who Nina Simone is, go and do your homework. Calabrese. Now, today Calabrese is quite a fun guy. I met him about 15 years ago. He was really tough to work with. I never worked with him. But I recognize how diligent and how professional he was in doing his job. And one of the things I learned from him was the rule of the 3 R's. I won't tell you the first two, I will tell you in third. The third is the reorder, which is the most important thing. Salvatore understands a thing that today many bartenders don't think about. You make money by selling more drinks to the same person, not selling one drink to every person that comes into a bar. And he's the maestro of the upselling. You will go in there with 10 euros and you will go out with a debt of 1,000 and you will be happy. He will make you happy about spending money. Not many people do that today. I'm not very good at upselling because I always too much emphasize with the clients. I should be more tough like the maestro, but I'm still learning. Third, do you know this guy? Schumann. Schumann is someone that opened a bar in Munich and started selling Negronis in Munich, which is a city where they do only beers. One of the most incredible revolutions of the drinking culture in Europe. When I went to visit him the first time, his bar is called Schumann's Bar. A very bartender thing to call your bar with your name. I would never have the courage to do that. When I went there, I wanted to see him. The first time I saw him was in Bar Show in Berlin, and he was surrounded, this was about 12, 13 years ago, surrounded by 20, 30 people that were walking with him, as though he was Mick Jagger. And when I saw him, I thought, God, I didn't think bartenders could be so famous at such a high age. He had white hair, dressed beautifully, and he was walking around and people were just following him. And when I went to a bar, I had that expectation. So I was looking for him everywhere, and I couldn't find him. And all of a sudden I saw him. He was coming in and out of the kitchen, taking plates to the table. He wasn't making cocktails. He wasn't doing welcoming at the door. He was serving people the plates. And at the bar, they all have a white jacket with a name on it. His name wasn't his. It was somebody else's, okay? That taught me a very important thing. Hospitality, when it's done really well, is invisible, okay? That's something I try to do at the bar. Some clients come to L'Antiquario. The only 2 words I say to them is good evening and good night. And they have a wonderful time. I don't need to explain things. They don't need to ask me anything. I give them what they want. They just need to maybe even just do a nod with the hand, and I will understand. If you manage to become invisible at the bar and have the same level of hospitality, you're a true master. What else have we got? Examples. Now, examples is something different. As I said, masters, maybe you choose subconsciously, you don't know, or you choose consciously if you're lucky. Examples are people that you have next to you, maybe you work with, you do something with them, you go to look at them, how they make cocktails, you go and drink in their bar, okay? And you have a direct relationship with them. You can ask them questions, you can steal things from them. If they do something that you don't do, you can steal it and do it and copy it, no problem. And who are these are 3 of my examples. Do you know these guys? Yeah? Who do you think is the most influential, the most important out of these three? If you want to realize how important somebody is, Google his name, okay? If you Google Simone Caporale, you will get 6,000 videos of him doing things. If you Google Patrick Pistolesi, you will get maybe 2,000 things of him doing things. If you Google this guy, Vincenzo Rigo, you will get 10,000 videos of bartenders doing his cocktails. And this is the only image I managed to find of him on the internet, okay? There are 2 images of him on the internet. Remember what I said about being invisible? Be influential, not with what you do, but what people see in you and they repeat. Vincenzo Rico did something that if I gave you $1 million, you couldn't do. He made 2 cocktails that are famous in all the world. Every now and again, I open a book and there's this cocktail there, and it makes me mad. He was in the right place, in the right time, Emil Canani in 2003. Go and look up his name, go and look at his cocktails, and you'll find out. And when I met him many years ago, I said, when I open a bar, I will have you in my bar to work. And I had the honor of having him for 2 years at my bar, and he taught me classic cocktails that nobody ever had taught me. Go and have a look what cocktails he made and how famous they are. Talent. This is Patrick, a friend of mine. I used to go and drink in Rome, drive at night, and sleep on the motorway to come back to drink his cocktails. Now, lots of people know him for the cocktails, but not many people know that he's an actor. He studied acting school. And every time I go and see him, I don't look how he makes cocktails, I look how he moves, how he speaks to people. He taught me everything I know about interaction with guests. How to raise my voice, how to lower my voice, how to make jokes. He's a master of making jokes. And still today, I go to him to learn that. Very important. Third thing, business is business. Now, this guy here, he's like a venomous snake. His nickname should be Black Mamba. When Simone decides to do something, he will go all in it and do it on his own, take all the money for it, and get paid what he needs to pay. Remember that. You are business people, businessmen, you have to learn how to make a business. Never give yourself away for free. Invest in yourself, but be very careful on what you do. Simone has no mercy, okay? I wish I could be like him, okay? If you ever need business help, send him a message. He'll be more than happy to be bothered by you. What else have we got? Find a model. If you open up a bar, you need a business model. A bar isn't a restaurant. If you open up a restaurant, you can choose what kind of restaurants you do. And once you choose, you already have a direction. You open a Chinese restaurant, you open up a Mexican restaurant, a fine dining French restaurant. You know, you already have a road. But a bar, it's a bit more complicated. When I opened L'Antiquario, I wanted it to be like these bars here. Do you recognize them? Camparino, Harry's Bar in Paris, Harry's Bar in Venice, and Duke's in London. What do these bars have in common? White jackets. That's usually the last thing that people realize. White jackets and white hair or no hair is another thing. But how did these bars make money? They sell 3 or 4 cocktails and that's it. When you put your foot into Camparino, first 30 euros that you spend are a shakerato and a Campari soda. Standing, not even sitting, and you're happy. And you go to Harry's Bar in Venice, in Paris, what do you drink? You drink a French 75, a Bloody Mary, a Cider, all cocktails that were invented there. When you go to Venice, what do you drink? What's he making? Bellini. See how many he makes together? It's better to make 2,000 times the same drink than making 2,000 times different drinks. This is how you make money and how you last forever. What's he making? Martini cocktail. Don't you think martini cocktails are the most overrated cocktails in history? I only started drinking martini cocktails 3 or 4 years ago. I didn't understand them before. Now I kind of understand them. I love going there. This is a bar with no music, small chairs. You can drink maximum two martinis because they're like 6 ounces each, and you die if you drink more than 2. And there's a war on martini cocktails. What does this teach you? That cocktails don't have copyrights. You can steal whatever you want, okay? If you meet Calabrese, ask him about his breakfast martini on the Virgin Atlantic plains. They put it on the menu and then they give him €1. In no other business you can open and use other things to make money. here you can, okay? I wanted to do this very stupidly in L'Antiquario. I thought maybe I can make one cocktail and everybody can come to L'Antiquario and drink just that one cocktail. After 8 years, I haven't managed, okay? It is impossible. It's something that happens after 20, 30 years, maybe today. But that model was already in Naples. We already have it in Naples. This is La Pizzeria Michele. Perfect business model. Pizzeria, this is not a Neapolitan line. They all have a ticket with a number, so they're just waiting to be called. But pizzeria, only 2 pizzas, margherita and marinara. One option, more or less mozzarella. Perfect. Every day he does the same number of pizza, same number of people. Perfect business. So that was my idea of L'Antiquario. Didn't quite get there, but other thing. Start from scratch and allow growth. Bars today, unfortunately, open up with great expectations, also for social media. Everything has to be perfect. When I opened L'Antiquario, I wasn't in a major city. I didn't have all the eyes on me, and I allowed a bit of space to grow, to change things. In 8 years, I've changed quite a few things, and I've kept the direction. For the first 3 years at L'Antiquario, we didn't have any signature cocktails. We just had classic, contemporary, and some modern cocktails, with the bartender, the bar, and the date of when it was made, so we could kind of give a reference to the clients. But obviously, serving just Manhattans or Martinis isn't as exciting as selling your own signature cocktails. So we had to come up with different ideas. One of the best sellers of L'Antiquario for the first years was a Cosmopolitan. Nobody was serving Cosmopolitans in Italy 8 years ago. It was a horrible cocktail. Cosmopolitan is a wonderful cocktail. Beautiful. It's a special cocktail. It's probably the only cocktail I know that has 3 citrus in it. Lime, orange, and lemon peel. Is it? And lemon vodka, yes, that's it. No other cocktail has that. And we were selling it. We would do a special orange flame at the table. People loved it. It cost me €1.80 to make, and I would sell it for €12. Wonderful. Other thing, we would serve all the stir drinks at the table. It wasn't much. At the beginning, people loved it. Now we have to invent a few more difficult things. But at the beginning, we got away with that. Other thing. If you don't have anything else, if you don't have wonderful cocktails, but you only serve classics, if your bar isn't wonderful, you haven't spent €500,000 euros on it, remember, a smile will get you out of any trouble. Any problem you have at the bar, 99% you can solve it with a smile, okay? Make medium decent cocktails. If you smile, they'll be nicer. This is Dario Tortorella. He's been working with me since 5 years. Dario isn't from Naples. He's from the south of Naples, okay? And when he came to Naples, he was a bit afraid of having contact with people from a bigger city. He already had this big moustache. He didn't grow it at L'Antiquario. He already had it before. After about 6 months he was at L'Antiquario, I started getting bad reviews where they pointed him out. And that's something I hate. When somebody writes a bad review and it said, the guy with the orange hat that worked at L'Antiquario, it really gets on my nerves. Because you're pointing at someone, you're not pointing at the bar. You can maybe write me a private message if you want, or at least learn the name and say the name. But don't point, or like the blonde girl that works there. Horrible. And they were saying he wasn't welcoming. He was rude. He didn't smile. And I said, but Dario is a wonderful person. He might not be wonderful technically, but as a person, he's wonderful. And I said, Dario, what's happening? What is the problem with you? People are writing bad things about you. Let's see. And his problem was that with the moustache, people couldn't see him smile. And I said, Dario, we have to work on this. It's not about cocktails. It's not about welcoming routine. It's about acting. How can we do it? And he said, I don't know. I said, well, let's face each other and let's smile with our eyebrows. And he said, no, Alex, I feel stupid. This is nonsense. This is fake. I said, this is not fake. This is communication. Sometimes to communicate something, you have to do it to 20% more. Because 100% isn't good, and you're not always 100%. So you have to train yourself to be always 100%, to give at least 90, okay? And after a while, he managed to be welcoming. He would speak louder. People will understand him better. And then guess what happened? COVID came, and what happened? We all put a mask in front of our face. And guess who was advantaged? Only me and Dario, because we had been doing acting schools together. I actually went quite fast, actually, so we have more time for question and answers. Another thing that I'm very attached to is old age bartenders. Now, you all work in bars here, right, more or less? How old is the oldest person that works in your bar? Where would you be in 10 years? Have you ever thought of that? All the time you're investing in this job, is it worth it if you're not going to do it when you're 35? If when you're 30, you're going to think, oh no, I'll go and work for a brand and go and sell beers. So, you know, I'll go and have my Saturdays off. Have you ever thought of that? Once it wasn't like this. Once the profession, you would become a bartender and you would do it until you were 65 years old. And there was a way of doing it until you were 65 years old. Places where you could work when you were 65 years old. Today, I don't see that much. I do a lot of guest shifts. I go around, and often I go into bars, and the average age is 25. And I wonder, where are the people that are 30 years old? Where are they disappearing? It's like pandas, they disappear. You know where this guy works? He works at Harry's Bar in Venice. He's been working there since 30 years ago, okay? This is the other classic cocktails they do. It's a martini cocktail. Harry's Bar in Venice is so badass, they can serve a martini cocktail like they want. They have no rules. They make their own rules, okay? What do you need to do to make your career last? To be proud of it when you're 50 years old? To make it a proper job, okay? I'm 46. I have white hair, okay? I work with all people that are between 19, and the second oldest after me is 36. So it's kind of it's quite diverse. I've been looking for bartenders over 50 to have all'antiquario. I couldn't find any. Have you thought of what you want to do in the future? This is very important. It's important for the industry, for the profession. Have you learned anything about COVID? When COVID came, nobody considered us. You know why? Because we weren't a profession. Because it was just young people doing a funny job that nobody considered real, a proper job, and we paid for that. In the future, it might take 20, 30 years in the future. If we will manage to have bars that have, you know, diverse age bartenders, maybe we'll consider it more of a good profession. So my advice is make it last as long as you can. Last thing, remember always to share everything you have. Don't keep anything for yourself. Anything you keep has no value. I've learned that on my own skin in the years. I used to be much more jealous of things I had. I give away everything today. Everything I keep has no value. Support your fellow bartenders. Vincenzo Rico, his cocktail became famous because other bartenders started doing it, okay, and sharing it. And keep grinding, never give up. This is a very difficult profession. There is always a moment when your brain tells you to give up. Now that's a mechanism that the brain has to protect you. When the brain realizes that you're about to change something in your life, it sets you back. It says, oh, wait a minute, don't go that far. Think about it twice. When you think about giving up, that's the moment where you have to push harder and work harder for whatever you want to gain, okay? So, my name's Alex Fetzer. Anytime you come to Naples, come and visit me. I'll be happy to greet you. I made it in less than 30 minutes, okay? Thank you.
Wow. You need to put this on so that we can have the Q&A. But before we do that, we wanted to make sure that you feel at home and continue your training. So, Luki.
What is going to come out of the wall here? I'm worried. Ah! At l'antiquario we say col vassoio quando volete. Means with a tray whenever you want, okay? Ooh, nice.
Sorry, I still haven't learned how to pour and hold and speak at the same
Wonderful.
time.
I'm better than Eric Lawrence because Eric didn't get a martini yesterday.
Only champagne, maybe later.
Maybe. Cheers.
So my first question would be, Do you see it actually as an advantage or a disadvantage coming from a city that has no history in drinking cocktails? Because yes, of course, you have to fight harder, but fighting harder ultimately makes you better as well.
I think this is a misconception. You don't fight harder. You just fight as you fight anywhere else. It's much better to open in a place where there's nothing. If I opened in London or Milan, I would never be here today. Today, if I had to open up another bar, I probably wouldn't even open it in Naples. I would open it somewhere further south or 50 kilometers from Naples. Obviously, it wouldn't be a major city, but I would have other challenges and I would still make money there. Bars have to be put in places where they can make money, not where they can make social media contacts. Today, people think that bars have to become famous and not do money. So it's a bit of a balance. You open up a bar in Naples, maybe you can make more money than Milan. In Naples, bars are open 12 months a year. If you open in Milan, in January you will close 2 weeks. In August you will close 3 weeks. I never close.
So I've seen several images from your bar and from your team, and one thing that is very, present is the white jacket. So the white jacket obviously is more than just a uniform because it also represents a lot of things within our industry. So what does it represent to you?
Now, Monica has never been in my bar, so I have no idea where she sees all these pictures. But yes, white jackets is a symbol. Now, strange enough, when we opened L'Antiquaria and we had white jackets, they weren't tailored, they were just modified nurse jackets. People didn't notice jackets, they noticed the tie. They said, why are you wearing a tie? And then afterwards they noticed the jackets. It's a way of discipline. Again, this is a profession. I had a bar with a closed door where people had to ring, not knowing what was inside, walk in, understand what they could drink, be greeted, and the least I could do is show that we were doing it with a certain professionality. And to do that, I had to wear a costume. And also that disciplines who works for you. I hate it when I go in bars and I don't understand who's working and who's drinking because they dress the same. It confuses me. That there is a role play that has to be respected. And that helps me, having a white jacket. It makes me become invisible. And also it teaches people that work there how to work in a good manner. You don't know how hard it is to get angostura off a white cotton. It's really bad. So bartenders have been very careful when they do put angostura in their Manhattans. They go straight in the cocktail and not on their jacket. Because they have to wash it, they have to iron it, and they're very careful about it.
And you say about the presence of the person working, but it's something with the presence of the person drinking as well. So do you think that it will help us to re-establish the mutual respect between the drinker and the drink?
If you open in London, you can dress with an iguana hat. People will understand that you're doing cocktail. Where I was, I needed to do that. It wasn't the bar I wanted to open, it was a bar I needed to open in that moment. Today, I would maybe risk it a little bit more. And people are more educated. They will come and they will immediately understand who's the bartender. Even if I had some sort of fancy, different kind of dress just for the staff, they will understand it and they will respect it. But before that, we need to do that. Today in Naples, there are 4 bars that have white jackets. I don't think they've ever been in the bar. The people that work there, I don't think they've ever been in a bar with white jackets. And I never thought that somebody else would do it. But it's happened. And I don't think I understand why they're doing it, but I like the fact that they're following kind of a trend. And things in the years will change, and maybe we will have maybe bartenders in swimsuits one day.
So what is the most important thing, or how do you train the team, the next generation, to get to where you want them to come?
This is very difficult. Today you have to train on, you have to give 2 types of trainings. Basic training for everybody. 10 years ago, people would come to work with basic training. Today, everybody has got their own little level of training. So everything is very diverse. There isn't like a medium level for everybody. So you have to give them a training basic for your bar. And then you have to give a second training, which is more difficult, because you understand in what they could be good and what is their weak points and work on both of them. In L'Antiquario now we're 10 people, and everybody knows exactly what they're not good at, because I always tell them. But I always tell them how to work on it. Like, there's somebody that doesn't want to do the door on a Friday night. We have to force it to do the door, and we have to tell them what they can do to do it better on a Friday night. Because doing the door on a Friday is not like doing it on a Monday. And so each one of them has their own little training that it may last 6 months, a year. As long as they're working on it, for me it's okay. I haven't got the possibility to cherry pick staff, the best of the best. I get whatever I can get, and then we work on it. We're very diverse.
We're going to open up for questions in the audience. Anyone? Yes.
Thank you. Alex, you mentioned as well, it's weird hearing your voice, give me a sec. You mentioned as well that there was that L'Antiquario wasn't the bar that you wanted to open, it's the bar that you had to open. If you could go back and open the bar you wanted, what would it be?
We had 7 or 8 formats, and we spent 2 years looking for venues that we could do a bar in. 500 meters, 12 meters, 24, 100. Each venue had its own format that we could fit in. When we found a good rent deal for L'Antiquario, that was the only thing that we could fit in there. I mean, my dream is to open a 12-meter bar that sells only expensive red French wine and French cheese. I haven't found exactly the way to do that yet in Naples, but I will do that sooner or later. But I would like to do maybe, I don't know, hard rock pizza cafe, where I have hard rock music. Can't do that in Naples now, but maybe there's a little niche somewhere and I can do it.
So timing is important.
Context is important. It's understanding where you are and who's around you. Timing comes consequentially. Context is there, and you change the time into it. You put you start the clock on what's happening.
Hi, hello. I don't have a question. I have more something to say because it's very refreshing.
Just to hear you speak is wonderful. Okay.
Sorry?
Just to hear you speak is wonderful.
Oh.
Whatever you say is okay.
It's very refreshing to see a bar owner that cares about history, that has mentors, and that believes in cocktail history to open this bar. It was actually, I've seen a lot of bar owners' presentations in the last years, and to have somebody that cares so much about these references and these mentors and apply it to his bar is actually refreshing nowadays. Because I feel that more and more bars just come from, and it's beautiful, everybody has his own story, but it's rare. This, what you're presenting to us right now, that used to be a classic way of doing things, is actually rare.
The most important thing is culture. You can, the difference between a place that knows where it's going and one that doesn't is the culture that's behind it. Culture can be maybe the past 10 years of cocktail. Look what's happened in Athens, in Greece. They built their own culture. Whoever comes now and does a bar there has to know what had happened before. You cannot open a bar and not know. Same with us. That has been a bit broken because bartenders now, if you show them an image maybe of Schumann, they don't know. Or maybe in 10 years, they won't know who Calabrese was because they start the job and then they look at that. It's important to remind that to people.
And another thing is a lot of bartenders are very talented bartenders come from Italy, actually in London at least. We have a lot of Italian bartenders there. And why do you think, like in Naples on the south, for example, is a career that hasn't been taken that much when you can see so many Italian bartenders abroad?
Because they don't come back. That's the problem. Where could
there is a lack of mentorship?
No, it's a lack of business. In 20 years, there will be so many places in Italy where someone from London can come back and work that they will come back. They won't even leave anymore. Where could Ago Perrone work in Italy? Maybe only at Camparino, I think. Maybe. But would he come back? No. Until we have somebody like Ago Perrone that comes back, there won't be a message out to other people. People come back from London now And after 6 months, anything that they learned in London, they can't use anymore in Italy. I never worked in London. I worked there as a constructor when I was 18, but that was it. I have no experience whatsoever in cocktails and in London.
Great. Thank you.
We have time for one more question if anyone wants to add something. Otherwise, we will let
Ask something terrible, really bad question. Come on. One thing. One small curiosity. Nothing.
If you could cancel a bartending technique from the history of bartending, which technique would it be?
Cocktails with fresh cream. We don't do them all'antiquario. It's really fat. Liquid fat is really annoying at the bar.
All right, Dean has a follow-up because I can sense he's disagreeing.
And yet, there are bars in the world that make loads of money on cocktails with fresh cream. Buena Vista in San Francisco makes 2,000 Ramos gin fizz a day. And the other cocktail is Irish coffee with fresh cream. So all you have to do is choose a niche and dig into it. They chose the most two annoying cocktails to do in the world. Ramos gin fizz and Irish coffee, and they make loads of money on it.
I'm not going to lie, Ramos Gin Fizz was the question I was going to ask. What if someone orders a Ramos? As a classic bartender, you just say, we've got no cream.
No cream.
But
I'm sorry. It's
I
a
also
choice.
want to take the opportunity to say you actually made me cry a little bit. I love that presentation so much. It
Really?
like
You're getting
struck a
old.
nerve. I want to open my own bar now. Well, my wife sent me a message agreeing.
No,
So
don't.
thank you so much. That was
not the
amazing.
moment, it's not the moment to open a bar now. Find a good job with it as an employer and wait another 4 or 5 years, and then we'll see.
All right, so we will take a break and let Alex finish his martini. And for everyone else, please leave your headsets at the stand. They are not single use, they are recycled. And everyone, we are back at 3 o'clock with Maria.
My name is Sly Gustin, and I'm the owner of Trailer Happiness, a cocktail bar in Notting Hill, West London. You know, it's quite a unique bar in the sense that it's a little bit dive bar, it's a little bit high-end bar, it's a little bit club bar. It's just that perfect mix that means that absolutely everybody can enjoy themselves here and everybody's welcome. The story of how I came to own Trailer Happiness. This bar was one of the first places that I came to, one of the first bars where I felt valuable. And I was just having a drink as a customer, and one of the bartenders just asked me a question, and the question was, do I know anybody who would buy Trailer Happiness? That was the question that kind of set me off on this journey. And in the space of 10 days, I was a bar owner. I think about it now, and it's madness. It's chaos, but it makes, you know, having understood this bar, it's the kind of chaos that makes sense. I think that there are pluses and minuses to taking over an established business. One of the pluses is obviously a lot of the work, the groundwork has been done. There are things in place that you don't have to think about, they're already there. The downside is you don't understand why anything's there, and you don't understand if it needs to be there. Can I change it? Like if I move that brick, does the whole thing collapse? It took me quite a bit of time to really understand what are the key elements that make Trailer and what are the things that are interchangeable and not that important. But when COVID happened, it was a real kind of awakening, I think, and a real realization of exactly what my position and what my responsibility is for this business. And I thought I learned valuable lessons, but the lessons had just begun because obviously, you know, a year later, the whole bar flooded. And I think beyond a shadow of a doubt, having to build a bar back from scratch left me in no doubt that this was my bar, you know. So as devastating as it was also an opportunity to really just do things the way that I want to do them, the way that I felt they needed to be done. Again, I was lucky in the sense that while I didn't have material wealth to fall back on, I did have the industry. And when we were going through really, really rough patches, I was able to talk to a brand and be like, hey, got any miscellaneous stock lying around. But there are people in this industry who literally kept trailer happiness open. The truth about failure is it is generally only failure if you don't use it. If you fail and you stop, then that's failure because you've landed in failure and you decided this is where you're going to live. But if you keep moving, it's one step forward, and now failure's in the background. And whatever this is, it might not be success yet, but it's not failure anymore because you've moved forward. As long as you keep doing that, every single failure that you have will become a resource. I speak about failure and it's necessary, but I also have to understand and take point that it is a luxury. It is, not everybody can afford to do it as freely as others can. Having said that, you don't know until you try. And you'd be surprised at what you can achieve with no money, just utilizing the resources that you have and utilizing the network, whether it's friends, family, industry, whatever. Yeah, man. People want you to win as long as you're not a prick. Great thing about my journey as a bar owner is just the amount of mistakes that I've made. I understand where all the edges are because I've been to every corner, you know, positive, negative, wasteful, bad choices, good choices. I can speak quite well on the pitfalls that are inevitable. The main things that you need, I would say, is partnership. You need somebody to grow with. For me, I've had the benefit of working with some incredibly talented bartenders, but ultimately, I've never really had a strong partnership. And so I've had to rely and lean on my friends in the industry. You need that partnership because again, you can get lost in the minutia. When you own a bar, there's so many small things happening all the time that you could lose. It's very easy to lose perspective and to miss really important things because there are going to be a lot of moments that are going to require you to step back. And if you are unable to because you're constantly in service, it's going to make everything super, super difficult. One of the things you need to understand is the minute you own a bar, you owe at least 15 people money. You know, like you just immediately owe money to all sorts of industries and bodies of government that you didn't even know existed. The drinks, the cocktail menu, the pouring deals, you know, these are just one small element of it. Your staff, your team, incredibly important. Hire people based on personality and ambition. Experience is great, you need it, but also you really want to try and find people who are electric, who are energetic, who bring energy. You know, a bar is a living organism. You know, it's alive and you need to nourish it with energy, and your team are the lifeblood of your bar. So definitely look to build a team that offers you something that you don't currently have. If you're gonna own a bar, you need to understand every aspect of it. You don't need to do it all, but you need to have at least a cursory understanding of every single aspect of your business. Accounts, law, you know, health and safety, licensing, and then you can understand how to delegate these tasks. Good accountant will save you so much pain, like will literally save you money, but will also save you money in time, you know, and the fact that you don't have to tear your hair out doing a job badly, you know? These guys are stomping. Let me just call Steve real quick, one sec. Hey Steve, sorry man. Could you just give me like just 15 minutes? Yeah, I can just hear people stomping around. Yeah? All right, no worries, thanks. Yeah, there you go, the bloopers and all that. Our next project is a whole development on the ground floor. So you will hear builders stomping around from time to time. I mean, in all honesty, I'm still learning the business side of it. For instance, for the longest time, this bar, capacity of 110 people, your brain says you want 110 people here, if you can, as much as you can, right? Because people equal money. But what we found during COVID was actually that's not the case. What you want is a certain number of people that you can still provide your best version of service to. you provide the best version of service to less people, those people will stay longer, they'll buy more drinks. You end up making the same, if not more money, with less people, and those people have a better time and they come back. As a bar owner, success is being open. You know, the fact that I can come and open those doors and trade and serve feels like success. We can fix, we can improve all other aspects as long as we're open, as long as we're still trading. So to anybody wanting to start their own business, their own brand, their own bar, I'd absolutely say do it, 100%. And not because I think everybody will succeed, but because you will learn so much about yourself, because you might try it and go, actually, I absolutely hate this, you know, but that's a better scenario than always wondering what if. Go over there, try that thing, and hopefully you're successful and hopefully you like it. And if you don't, well, you can just chalk that one off and go and look at the next thing. The one thing that I wish I knew someone had told me before I bought the bar, right? I think the one thing would probably be to relax a little bit, you know, and to be aware of the small stuff and correct it, but don't freak out because there's so many more disappointments to come. You know, when I bought this bar and I spent all of my, you know, life savings, I didn't calculate all of the additional costs, solicitors fees and this fees and everything else. And the week before opening, you know, it was like, okay, great. Now, where's the stock? And all of a sudden you're like, oh, that's right. A bar needs stock, right? But we found it. We figured it out. You know, I got another small loan and we did that thing. I didn't wait. I made mistakes and it, honestly, best decision I ever made.
So Dean, you were quite emotional after the previous talk. What moved you the most?
It's which one?
Alex's talk moved you quite a bit. So what was the highlight?
Now I can hear. Sorry.
Yeah.
I keep doing that.
Yes. But what was
Okay.
your favorite moment from the previous talk? What made you so moved?
I just like the way he had three maestros, like he had like heroes that he wanted to kind of not emulate, but basically everything Alex said is kind of so close to my kind of favorite things. The Milk and Honey, the Sasha Petrovsky, so many things connected that I then got emotional and was like, what am I doing with my life? Like, I need to open a bar or before I get too old, and
Exactly.
I
And
got
you
very
used to-
emotional.
You used to work in Milk and Honey, so you come from the same school.
Yeah, I come from that school. I loved Milk and Honey. So, and I've always wanted to open a bar, and I kind of I'm too afraid to take the leap, so I keep doing different things like live streaming, which I love.
Exactly.
I love sharing all the knowledge, but I love these presentations, which is why I wanted to share it with everyone. But that made me like
Very emotional.
very emotional.
Yes. So, if you had to pick three, who would be your three maestros?
Well, funny you should ask that, because you might not have seen them, but I've got three little miniature bobbleheads on the back of my bar, and it's Dale DeGroff, Gary Regan, and now I was like tossing up who the third one should be, but I've got Douglas Anker in there now, because when Douglas, originally there were three different ones, but I brought Douglas in because when I spent a lot of time, maybe 2 years ago with him, going out to restaurants and going out, making a lot of videos, and there was something about his hospitality that made it switch in my heart, like, I connect with this person really well, and there's a reason for it. Sasha would have been Sasha and Douglas, but for different reasons. I've got a lot of them now.
Yeah.
I'm collecting them. But yeah, Douglas also was the first person to give me cocktail training. So until Douglas came along and gave me training, I didn't care for cocktails, I didn't care for spirits, I just worried about how fast I could go. So they're my three at the moment.
All right. So speaking of mentors and
let's do it.
maestros, let's move on to our next talk. So on stage, if I can make it to stage, sorry, we have Maria. And Maria will talk about all the amazing work that she does with Para Better Forum. And for anyone in the room having a headset, please put them on now. And for everyone at home watching, please feel free to pop the questions into the chat, and we will ask Maria at the end. So over to you, Maria. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Hello, everybody, and thank you very much to Monica Berg for this invitation and the Campari Academy. It's really a pleasure to be here. I really hope that at the end of the 30 minutes that we're going to spend together, you will feel empowered to take action. So my presentation today is about driving gender balance in hospitality. And before going through the team, I would like to make a little bit of history. I think you know this lady, right? So this is Ada Coleman. She was a head bartender in the Savoy Hotel. She started in 1903, and she was there for 23 years. And this lady, maybe you know a little bit less, even if we are in France. This is La Mère Brasier, so Eugénie Brasier. So she was a chef. She was the first chef ever, not the first female chef ever, women and men together. She was the first chef ever that she got twice 3 Michelin stars. And this was in 1933. And if I wanted to make this point of history, it's because very often we listen that women in hospitality is something new. And actually, this is not true. So we're going to go through this agenda. We're going to understand where we are today. So it's like taking a picture of the situation. Then we are going to see how we got here. Then why going to change? And the most important part of the presentation, what you can do. So if we see the percentage of women, I'm talking about cooking, right? So cooking at home is 93%. In culinary schools is quite good because nearly 48% of people with a degree in culinary arts are women. Then cooks is 39%, and then dramatically drop when you talk about chef, which is only 18%. And at this point, maybe you are thinking, why are we talking about gender? Because, well, talent has no gender. And we totally agree. Talent has no gender. But still, there is a very important question for our industry. Are we wired to identify the talent when it comes in a feminine shape? Or are we much more wired to identify the talent when it comes in a feminine shape? Because talent come in very, very different shapes, actually. So if we talk about gender pay gap means that a woman or a man, they are not getting the same salary for the same job. So for chefs, it's 28%. A female chef earns 28% less than a man. It's the second biggest gap of all industries. So here you have all the first one is IT, is computing, and the second one is chefs. And if we think about bars, so a female bartender gets 88 cents for $1 for a man. This is in average, because if we make the composition and you take white women in America, native women in American, or you take black women or Latinas women, it's the Latinas who would even get less paid. If we now think about women chefs or bartenders in events, so we see that Taste of Paris is only 5% female chefs. We think Madrid Fusion, 7%, Omnivore, 14%, and here right now in the Campari Academy, 40% of the speakers are women. So this is quite good. When we think about women in juries, this is, I think, the most prestigious competitions in the world. One is for cuisine, which is Le Bocuse d'Or. So the Bocuse d'Or, since 1987, 0.05% of judges were women. And in world class, which is, I think, the most prestigious for your industry, 30% of juries are women. We think about women chefs in awards. Michelin 2022 is 3%. The magazine, the list 100 chefs is 4%. The 50 best is 6%. And James Beard Award, they have a special program also, as you say, for the best bar program, is 50%. And then if you go to Google and you Google famous chefs, you get this. Or this. So this is also something that media should do, because normally women are portrayed in a special reportage about women. So we're going to talk about female bartenders in Napoli, or we're going to talk about female bakers in Paris, or we're going to talk about, instead of making portraits of only for women, let's do all together. The best trends in Napoli, in wine or in bars, or the best bakers in Paris, all together. So for finishing about the picture of today, what we can see? We can see that there is very positive thing, because there is a lot of students in the culinary schools, but then we see that women, they got no recognition. No recognition in paid, no recognition in awards, no recognition in being invited to events, and no recognition in media. So the question is why women should come to this industry. So now we need to understand how we got here, because it's very rooted. So there are different causes. So the first one is the militarized kitchen system. So in France, we haven't invented the gastronomy, but we have codified the gastronomy. So Auguste Escoffier, he got inspiration from the army, This is why you listen words like chef or chef de partie, or at noon when you know it's the rush, it's le coup de feu. So this is very, very, very military. So a kitchen is based on commandment and on hierarchy and on power. So if you are a man or if you are a woman and you have soft values means that you believe in collaboration and you believe in empathy and you believe in work all together, a kitchen is not the most comfortable place for you. So there is two possibilities. You either don't try or you quit. Because in a kitchen, if you have soft values, in a kitchen you need to act the whole day as someone that you are not. So this is exhausting. The second thing is the boys club mentality. So the boys club mentality refers to the fact that the guys, they know each other, they refer to each other, they hang around together, they make jokes together, and sometimes women, they're definitely not welcome. And then I'm going to talk about ordinary sexism. In this presentation, I'm not going to talk at all about abuse, rape, or whatever, because this is a totally different presentation, and of course, it's extremely serious. I'm just going to talk about ordinary sexism. So women got sexism sometimes from co-workers, sometimes from their own boss, sometimes from the customers. And you know, if you expect from a woman that she should work harder for demonstrate that she deserves to be there, this is already sexism. If we talk about sexual harassment, so we are number one of all industries of charge with 13.8%. So we are the industry who harass the most the women. And this is the split by services, so restaurants, bars, hotels, catering. So just for remind, and we can be very proud, we are the second industry with the biggest gender pay gap, and we are the first industry with the biggest amount of charge for harassment. So stereotypes, this is very important because, you know, when we work for empowering women, we work for diversity, we work for inclusion, it's very important to have data. It's very important. We are not in the, we believe, we think, no, we don't believe, we don't think. We have data and statistics. So we have done a survey, and it's very interesting because we have asked male chefs why there are so little women in the industry, and they say it's too tough for women. And then they say they have kids. And when we ask the women exactly the same question, a woman never say, oh, it's too tough. No, they say, we got harassed and we don't get paid. So it's demanding. Yes, it's a very demanding industry, it is. But it's demanding for everybody, not only for women. And in the past, you know, it was a problem for women because women was, in many cultures, women need to take care of the family and take care of the house. And when you have a very demanding job, this is nearly impossible. You really need a partner. If you are a man or if you are a woman, if you have a very demanding job, you need a partner. But now the situation is changing because millennials, especially the boys, they have decided that they would like to raise the children together. So these issues with demanding hours is also a problem for a man now. And then I wrote perceived physically of the job, because it's a tough job, yes. But you should think about women in agriculture, for example. It's very demanding, it's very, very tough. And there is a lot of women in agriculture. You should think about women who are hairdressers. They are the whole day standing, you know, making brushings and so on. Or think about the women in care or nurses. They are lifting bodies for so it's tough, yes, but women can do it. We are tough. So it's very important to deconstruct stereotypes. Why we need to change? So the first thing is attracting talent. If someone in this room is not looking for a staff, please put your hands like this, because everybody is looking for a staff, okay? So there is a whole pool of talent who is there, who are the women. And women are not coming to the industry. We understand why. And this is why we need to change also. If we change, we will attract the talent. So this is extremely important. You have some data from UK, from the Independent. So this is the first thing why we need to change, to attract the talent. The second thing is for retaining talent, because gender mixed team and balanced teams, they are much more respectful. They are much more secure also. So people will not leave the company, and turnover can be really very, very expensive. And the third reason is innovation. This is for Andrea, maybe you know from the cuisine. And the thing is in bars, in high-end bars or in high-end restaurants, people don't come for eating or for drinking. People, they don't go for it, they go for an experience. So if you want to offer an experience, you need to have diverse teams, because a study shows that diverse teams are 40% more creatives. And then there is some key action. There is a lot of key actions, but I just put 3. So the first is to create a fair and inclusive environment. So this is a lady from New Zealand, but she works in London, Anna Hansen, and she's very clear. And she said, we know girls and women get harassed. Unfortunately, a place with a lot of men is a risky place for a woman. Education is very important for this. So as a chef or as a bartender or as an owner or as a restaurateur, it's your job to track everything and to be yourself an example also. And gender pay gaps is also very, very important. So it's so rare that if you don't have gender pay gaps in your company, communicate about this, because it's really very rare. The second thing is to promote world-like integration. Okay, we can't change the time when people is going to pop up for lunch, because people will pop up at 1 and at 7. We can't change it. But still, we need to accommodate to real life. And there is many, many different things. For example, being more flexible. Sometimes in some countries, when you look for a staff, you want people to work 6 on 7 and the 2 shifts. And sometimes you have an amazing sommelier, and the sommelier is going to tell you, okay, I can work on Saturdays. Okay, thank you, bye-bye. And you are losing someone because you don't want to be flexible, or you can't. So it's something that we need to check and to try to improve, to be more flexible for attracting the talent. This is Alice Waters at Chez Panis. And yes, we need to accommodate to real life, and this is something that we all learn from pandemics also. And then the last thing is to support female talents. When you are invited to a conference, I think even if you are a man or a woman, it's very important to ask who are the other female bartenders who are invited, or who are the other chefs who are invited. And then you can recommend your colleagues or your friends, and to say this is a great girl or a great woman from Italy or from Spain, and to try to have more and more women on the stage. It's very important to look for diverse candidates. And then to practice the reverse mentoring, something that is really, really nice. And I think Alex was very clear when he was talking about il maestro, il mentore, is that this is something that is really beautiful in our industry. In France, we say la transmission du geste. We transmit a gesture, and this is great. And the same way you teach the young girls or young women that want to come to the industry, the reverse mentoring is exactly the opposite, is to learn from the girls and from women how it takes to create a more inclusive environment. And now, just as a very short reminder, very, very small quotes, the first thing is that you only can be what you see. So representativity matters. This is very important. The second thing is that diversity is the solution. It's not a problem that we need to solve. No. Biodiversity is there. Diversity is there. Diversity is a fact. Then, if you want to really have a diverse business, you need to create create a better outcome for businesses, better businesses return. We saw before, it's more creative, it's more innovative, you attract people and you will increase the reputation of your brand. This is if you are a diverse business. And also, if diversity and inclusion is a target for you, shouldn't be like, oh, we would like to do this. No, you really need to have a PDCA and a plan and a strategy for really achieving your targets. And this is the next of what I just told you. You need to turn the good intentions in real actions and how. So you think differently when you recruit. Mentoring is key. Data, again, data. So raise awareness and to publish your gender pie annually and to have a diversity and inclusion chart, and same for stagiaires. You need to have a chart for stagiaires. So this is the very last slide, and as I told you before, diversity is a fact, but inclusion is a choice. And by the way, exclusion also. So thank you very much. Merci.
I think there was a lot of information that needs to be digested, but one of the reasons why I love always listening to you is that, can you hear me? Okay. Is that you deliver so much factual information in such a calm way, and it just makes me like, but so what are some of the takeaways? What are some of the things that you could do as a business owner or employer that wants to really make your business inclusive and not just diverse?
Inclusion. Inclusion is also, for example, we always think about race. We always think about race, or we think about women. But inclusion also is, for example, if someone in your team has an accident, a car accident, and suddenly is in a wheelchair, this is inclusion. How are you going to integrate this person in the company, for example? Or let's say senior people also. In many countries, if you are over 50 and if you lose your job, and you know that you will never find a job, you will go until the end as unemployed, subsidiaries. So inclusion is all these kind of things. And sometimes also, in France it was very interesting because it was a highway company, and they need people for working in the night, in the toll, in the cabins, in the toll in the night. And they send this information about this availability of the job. They send it only to men, because the human resources, they thought women will be not interested at all. And then the women, they make a scandal, and they say, listen, when you work in the night, you have double salary, and you have 3 days free, so we are very interested. And the human resources say, yeah, but women have kids. And they were like, sorry, my son is in the university, so this extra money will be really great for me. So don't think at the place of the others, okay? Don't assume that people will be not interested. Don't assume that people is not free. Don't assume, no. You take a full list of a curriculum and you receive everybody. If you really, many companies have done this policy, and when you have a resume, you get an interview to everybody. And many companies, they have increased diversity by 30% doing this, and not doing, this no, this no, this no, no. Listen to everybody. It's it works very well.
And I think if you want to be diverse and have more voices present, it's always more time consuming. And this is one of the biggest challenges that I face when I try to tell people that you should really fight for a more wider representation. What would you say to these people? Because sometimes it can be very frustrating meeting that wall. Yes, that they have no time.
Well, actually, I can understand when people say I don't have time for diversity, because as we saw before, there is not a single business in this room that they are not looking for staff. So sometimes it's like something that's going wrong, because we are called hospitality. And normally we should welcome the people, everybody, you know. So I think our industry, by definition, we are called hospitality. We shouldn't leave anyone behind. So we should welcome everybody.
I suspect there will be several questions from the floor, so I'm going to open up for questions. Anyone?
I have a question. You talk about managers and owners, but not really about employees. So I'm wondering what I can do as an employee, and not as I don't own my place, but I work for someone. And there is only few girls in the team, and the rest is a boys' club. So what I can do as an employee?
Good question, because as I told you before, harassment comes from different, sometimes from customers. And, sometimes I got this question, how it's possible that hospitality is the industry with the biggest harassment, And one of the answers is because this industry is a tip industry. So as far as I'm going to tip you, I'm allowed to touch you, So this is one of the reasons. And as I told you, bad conditions come from coworkers, from the owners, or from the customers. And as a colleague, everything is about talking, So if you remark that someone is not treated correctly, I think it's always, as Monica said, you keep calm, because it's. And you tell to the person, don't talk to her as a less worthy. She's doing her part, and she's part of the team also. Or don't make her feel unwelcome, She's part of the team. And also, it's important to generate awareness with your colleagues, but to talk to the and also to talk to your manager or to your boss, because this is what Anna Hansen say, and you need to be monitoring all the time, be tracking these kind of things, because these things happens and they know it, but still you need to work about it. So I think it's interesting to say to someone, why are you talking to her like this? She's part of the team like you, sometimes it's not easy, but it's very courageous to do it, because it's the right thing to do. And I especially tell to the people, if she left, are you going to make her job?
And I think it's something that we need to encourage more, to be supportive of the ones that actually choose to speak up, defending others, because a lot of the time it will be kind of brushed under the carpet as well, or pushed back on. So I think one observation that I have seen is, with the younger generation, it seems to be less accepted. And there's much more focus on individuality rather than even gender, because some people would say if you classify men and women, you're already losing out, because there's more genders in today's climate. So I think there's a lot of important work to be done. So how would you suggest anyone that wants to work for more equality and diversity, what is the first step that you can do?
Well, the first step is always to make an analysis in the company, the situation, and to see gender pay gap, for example, and to check the amount of women that you have, or different races. So this is something very interesting, to take a picture of the situation for knowing where you are. And then you need a PDCA, plan, do, check, and act. So as we say before, it's not only to say, I would like to be more diverse. Yes, but where are the figures? Where are the targets? The same way you have KPIs for telling we need to reduce the waste by this, we need to reduce water by this, we need to reduce by this. We have all in these companies. So it's the same indicators, and the same, willing should be also. But the most important thing is to have figures. So it's the same thing sometimes for many countries. I don't have figures, Because as far as there is no figures, the problem doesn't exist, you know? So I can report on many countries because there is no figures, there is no problem. So it's very important to make a picture and then to make a real plan, an action plan, and to follow and to have the review at the end of the year. We achieved, we haven't achieved, and if we haven't, why? So to try to improve for the year after.
More questions? Yeah.
So you gave one example on how women can lift women within this industry. Like you said, that we can recommend other women that we know. But I know for a fact that when other women come into my bar, for example, they see me as very, very scary, and they see me as someone that might kick down on them, because that's what we've had to do to sort of make ourselves go up. There's always been room for one woman or two women. So when other ones come in, we see them as a threat. Do you have any suggestions on what we can do to break that cycle?
Well, this is a very interesting question. So what I told before, what we can change is for women and for men. Women and men, we should know women. So even as a man, when you are invited, ask who are the women coming, and you should have colleagues also. What you are talking about, there are two different things. One thing is what we call the Queen Bee syndrome. So the Queen Bee syndrome, psychological people refer this to the women that needs to be the only one. There is a lot of women that have this syndrome, you know, that they want to be the only one, like the Queen Bee, are surrounded by men. And then another thing, as you say, is the patriarchy. So patriarchy is very interesting to say this, because sometimes at the end of this presentation, men come and they say, I'm not like this. So sometimes men they really feel attacked, you know. So patriarchy is not men. Patriarchy is a system with only one model. And many, many men suffer also of patriarchy. So patriarchy is bad for everybody. So one of the things that patriarchy loves very much is to make women for free. This is one of the bases of patriarchy. And actually, you know, for example, we are at home, we take care of the children, take care of the house, we cook, we do everything for free. But suddenly when we work outside, we pay someone for doing this. Okay? And patriarchy also, one of the keys of patriarchy is to divide women. You know, it's very interesting because I have been here since yesterday because I like very much to listen to everybody. The program is amazing. And I see how they come and they put the macro and, you know, hang around very, very close, even if they don't know each other. So this is really men. They are used to be outside. They are, you know, many, many jobs. Politics was invented by men for men. So as a woman to be in politics is really very hard. It's like we said before, like in a kitchen. So one of the bases of patriarchy is to separate ourselves. Because if we are together, we are 55% of the population. How can you imagine how powerful this is? So this is why patriarchy divides us. So this is something very, very important, that we should stick all together. Because women, we are not a category, or we are not a minority. Actually, we are the majority. So it's very, very important. And I'm thinking about Madeleine Albright. She was an immigrant in the States, and she was the Secretary of State, and she said always, there is a very special place on hell for women that don't support other women.
Any more questions? Yes, Dean.
You can also say together is stronger.
So I have a question. You mentioned earlier on that one of the things you can do is publish the pay gap. And if I were a bar owner or a business owner and I went to do that, how do I prevent myself from making the mistake of doing it in the wrong way and exposing someone's wages? And you see a lot of people trying to do the right thing and doing it badly and causing even more of a problem. Is there somewhere you can go to figure out how to do it correctly? Does that make sense?
So this depends on the countries, because when I do this kind of talks in Scandinavia, they look at me like, what are you talking about? Because in Scandinavia, they have unions, and per category, everybody has the same salary. So the problem doesn't exist, let's say. So each country has a different background. Each country has a different speed. So we are not always in the same level of maturity, but of course you don't publish the gender pay gap by names, you publish by category. This is the key point. And then what's interesting is to understand why. And if someone is earning 20% more for the same job, why? So must be a reason, otherwise you need to up the other people, which is happening right now. In many, many different companies, they are obliged to raise the salary, especially of the women. So yes, it's risky, but it's fair.
All right. If there's no other questions, I think we will let Maria relax a little bit, have some champagne. No, I'm joking. And then we will, oh yes, please clap first. I'll continue.
Thank you. Merci.
And I will finish off by saying, before I remind you to leave your headsets at the stand, I will say that for everybody that found this talk very inspiring, and you should, Maria also hosts a forum every year, which is called Para Forum, and you should all come, regardless of gender, age, profession, because in my opinion, it is truly one of the most interesting and well put together conferences within our sector, as in hospitality, food, gastronomy, whatever you want to call it. So, shameless plug. She didn't make it, so I had to.
See you in March 2024 for Parabare.
And can you tell us where it is?
It's still confidential.
Okay, we'll give her some champagne, maybe she will tell us. Thank you.
Thank you. I can't say I'm sorry.
No,
I can't. I'm sorry.
I don't believe that success in hospitality is reliant on the service and the products alone. In a restaurant or a bar, the food, the service, the drinks, the design, they're merely ingredients in the recipe of human connection.
Nosotros trabajamos con gente, digamos, objetivo. Tal vez es algo muchísimo más efímero. Quizás es algo que se termina, solo una experiencia que dura 2 horas, pero tiene que ir al corazón.
The cocktails is something beautiful, but if you know what is behind that, yeah, that's the impact is amazing, you know.
I believe that the work we do is really important, and I think that's essential for people to understand. Hospitality leadership is distinct because the leaders prioritize connection.
Would you like a coffee?
I would love a coffee.
It's also important to say that I've had amazing baristas working for me over the years. I'm not one of those amazing baristas. I think there's like this beautiful and unparalleled power that comes with an entire group of like-minded and passionate people deciding together that they are going to accomplish something. I think we're all capable of much more than we think, especially if we have an amazing team to do it with.
And a lot of people, they've never had this in their lives, which is also quite surprising.
Yes.
Liderar en hospitalidad es muy complicado y es muy apasionante. Empecé de muy joven queriendo ser bartender en un mundo en el que tal vez no había tantos bares específicos de coctelería. Y acá en Argentina los hoteles 5 estrellas liderados por hombres mayores con smoking y guantes, y yo estaba muy lejos de eso. Y se me abrió una enorme puerta que fue trabajar en el gran bar danzón. Queremos que este bar lo dirija una mujer. Y esa fue mi gran oportunidad y desde ahí no paré. Lo sigo confirmando hoy. Y de instruir y de guiar y de acompañar en esos crecimientos. La mayoría de las veces pensar antes qué le pasaría o qué me pasaría a mí en el lugar del otro.
I live between two worlds, the nightlife, cocktail bars, and the life at the farm. Right now, I spend even more time at the farm than at the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So I'm still in charge of taking care with part of the team, taking care of this big family, right? Success in hospitality makes the people grow around you. It's never an individual goal, you know. And when they gave me this award of most sustainable bar in the world, I was like, I don't know how to accept that. And that's why when we went on the stage, I had the flag of Colombia and I printed on the other side a huge picture of the team, because it's not me, it's like us, you know?
There's a retired U.S. Navy captain named David Marquet who said that the people at the top have all the authority, the people on the front line have all the information. Empowering your team is one of the best first steps you can take to start bridging that divide.
When I started, I was like let's say the leader, right? Every night at the bar, that was really hard to delegate. At the beginning, you live like 5 minutes, 15 minutes, an hour, a night. And now I love when the people say, okay, I went to the bar and I have like a beautiful experience and I was not there, you know? Because they are the leaders. So I really trust the team. A huge part of this is empathy, right? Empathy with the team. So we always try to listen to them, to take them into account, but as well how they feel as, human being, right?
Trabajar en el mismo plano que los demás. Es muy difícil hacer hospitalidad con un equipo que no está contento con su día a día. Esto es tratar de tener a cada uno en el lugar que mejor se siente, es capacitar, es disfrutar también, es ayudar a que el equipo también salga, vaya a bares, vaya a restaurantes, se ponga en el lugar de los clientes y lograr esa empatía necesaria para cada uno de esos detalles. Porque la hospitalidad son un montón de detalles que tienen que ver con que finalmente el cliente la pase bien.
I think rules generally are the enemy of positive culture, even within a team. And in order for a rule to come off of a list, the way it works now is you need to prove why the rule shouldn't exist anymore. I think if more organizations looked at their list of rules and went through them one by one and had to prove why everyone needed to exist, we'd end up with a lot less rules, which I believe ends up with a better culture and a better quality of leadership. There's a place in, I think it's Alabama, called Lambert's House of Throwed Rolls. When you go there, you sit down and it's this big dining room, and every 30 minutes or so, someone pushes a big cart of delicious, freshly baked rolls. And then people in the dining room start raising their hand, and the guy starts throwing the rolls across the dining room to them. That one simple step of service is the thing that put that place on the map. How many cultures do you think wouldn't kill that idea right away for being utterly ridiculous? But they had created a culture where that idea was indulged. to the point where, as ridiculous as it might have seemed in the beginning, it became the thing that defined the restaurant. I think far too many places kill bad ideas too early because sometimes the worst idea is just a simple shift away from being the best idea.
How can we do it together? If you want to improve, if you want to say something to change the way we are working, please tell us, It's communication. The success of this way of working is just like we talk on the same level, right? And we are human beings having like a relationship. Is not only work, is to be sensitive enough to see them as a part of the family and not only, please do that, just do that, no.
Tuve una época en la que empecé a darme cuenta de que lo que yo decía después se hacía y se replicaba. Tuve una escuela de coctelería a la que muchos de los bartenders que hoy tienen bares muy exitosos fueron, y la forma en la que yo trabajaba y la forma en la que yo hablaba y la forma en la que yo explicaba, después se veían los bares. Cuando yo iba a tomar algo con mis amigas, y eso fue como un poco impactante, sí.
Working every day, I couldn't see like how fast we were growing. And every Christmas, I closed the bar to have like a huge meal with the team. But at the beginning, we were like very few. After 2 years, I would say, we were inviting the families as well. So when I saw all these people, I felt like I have like a huge responsibility. I mean, now it's serious.
It's remarkable how many people are craving leadership. If you believe that you have something to give to the world, you can't sit around and wait for someone to come up to you and say, hey, you're a leader now. One day, you just need to decide to start leading. And I think you'll be surprised by how many people will be ready and willing to follow.
During the pandemic, I mean, in our industry, in hospitality, we had to stop. So after 1 month, you can imagine no income, salaries, rents and stuff. I mean, I can't leave the team because, as I always say, it's not 55 people, it's like 55 families. So you have kids, you have parents, they depend on the business. So after 1 month, I said, no, I can't do it anymore. I have to find another solution. It was about how to survive at this point, right? It was about having food, but having good food, So I said to the team, please, in 10 minutes, everybody, I want to see everybody on Zoom. Then we started the call, and I said, okay, I have 2 news. One very bad news, I mean, in 1 month, I won't be able to pay you anymore. I say, I have a plan B. Plan B is whoever wants to go with me to the farm, we will start the farm from zero. We came here and we were cooking together, we were doing everything together. And I mean, the relationship changed at this point. I would say like the most beautiful experience of our life, it's living together and building this together. We started growing, planting, and we planted like fruits, we planted herbs, coffee, like a lot of things, and we process the products here at the farm and we send it to the bar. I mean, we start everything here. So what's driving me now? I mean, I've been living here in Colombia for 10 years, and Colombia gave me so much, so I always try to give it back to the country and to the people. I mean, we work together. There's no point for me to be an entrepreneur if you don't take care of your people.
Vivo en un país que vive en crisis. Los argentinos estamos como un poco acostumbrados a calmarnos, a entender que toda crisis pasa. Nosotros abrimos en pandemia, era una crisis mundial y no sabíamos para dónde iba a ir nada. Nosotros abrimos y yo dije, todos los planes son semanales. Todo lo que nosotros decimos ahora que vamos a hacer dura 7 días. Después vemos. ¿Funcionó? ¿No funcionó? ¿Cambió? Ok, hacemos otro plan. Como líder, el gran riesgo es a decepcionar, es a que salga mal. Sin lugar a dudas, me ha pasado de que haya negocios que salen mal. Pasa. Creo que en los fracasos siempre se aprende algo.
During moments of disappointment, I think it's important for a leader to be open about their own feelings with their team such that the team feels like the way they're feeling is okay. And then a leader needs to be the person that says, okay, we're done with that. Now we're gonna keep pushing. There's this William de Kooning quote, I have to change to stay the same. I think the best way to prepare yourself as a business owner for times of change is to become comfortable with the concept of change and to recognize the fact that just because you need to change how you're approaching something, it doesn't mean that the way you were doing it before wasn't right. It's just that you're nimble enough to recognize that as times evolve, so must you.
Did your opinion or view on leadership change after you became a parent?
I think I will be a better leader for having been a parent to a toddler. One of my superpowers, I think, is having the ability to take an idea and communicating it in a way that makes sense to the person that I'm talking to, even if it's not something they are necessarily inclined to agree with. With a baby, you can't reason with them. And so you need to strengthen the muscle of encouragement.
Abrí mi primer bar porque ya había sido mamá. Una de las grandes preguntas que yo me hice en mi carrera se cumplió, que era ¿cómo voy a ser cuando sea madre? Y finalmente yo decidí que quería estar presente en los primeros años. Primero, tener hijos. Después, un bar. Creo que después de ser mamá me cambió la manera de pensar, de liderar, de trabajar en conjunto con el equipo. Creo que también creció mucho la paciencia con los progresos en el trabajo. El lugar de la mujer cambió mucho en los últimos años en esta industria, sin lugar a dudas. Antes había muy poco espacio para la mujer y los espacios que ocupaban eran por su look, por su estética o porque le convenía al hombre por algo. Creo que hoy cada vez hay más mujeres cumpliendo estos roles y que empiezan a tener experiencia y que empiezan a ser fuertes y que van a ser líderes. Y eso es lo que creo que va a hacer que realmente cambie el mindset general. Y van a tener mayor lugar en el liderazgo.
When you look at those that are getting their pictures on the covers of magazines or getting the big interviews, they're not those that are great at pursuing leadership. They're those that are great at pursuing products. We're almost celebrating solo artists. We're not celebrating the people that actually galvanize an entire team to do their best work. By only celebrating an individual, we're not actually creating the conditions where people come together as a team. Being a great leader is all about embracing all that comes with a team working together in pursuit of something extraordinary.
My name is Goi, and I am in charge of hospitality and operations within our 7 operating venues in Singapore.
I am Indra Kantono. I'm Goi's husband as well as co-founder in Sugar & Pony Group. On a day-to-day basis, I look after our marketing and business development aspects.
I was working in Singapore Airlines for about 6 years. The biggest joy that I have with my jobs was the people I meet, the people I cross paths with, and the inspiration I get from them. Indra and I sat down and we thought about it hard on, what would be the right direction. From his corporate life, we took a page and we created what would be our company's mission: to be a place in the community people can find comfort, forge friendships, and share happiness. So that's how we started the business. We decided that a bar is a social place where people can meet other people and inspire other people, and that's why we decided to start a cocktail bar.
I come from a very completely different background altogether. I came from management consulting and finance. So when we first opened our first bar, Sugar & Pony, some 11 years ago, we didn't quite exactly know what we were doing. We didn't quite exactly know what we didn't know. But perhaps that allowed us to also bring a fresh perspective and a fresh way of doing things. In the beginning, it was tough. When we first hired our first team, I think within the first 8-9 months, pretty much all of the opening team have left us. Probably because we were not very good managers. We've never really managed people and understood a lot of the protocol, the norms in food and beverage. But we persevered through. We learned on the fly. We had the good opportunity of having very good mentors. So perhaps in hindsight, while it was challenging, it brought us some good original way of doing things. The Singapore community has turned into something really special, and a lot of it is because of the camaraderie, positivity, one bar supporting another bar. We felt that there was this amazing opportunity to create something totally new in Singapore at that time, and to convert people who have never drank cocktails or don't have cocktail drinking as part of their everyday culture to embrace that. Of course, Goi and I are also as happy when we have young bartenders coming to us and say, hey, I want to open my own bar too. We hope that this community will continue to grow, and perhaps they'll have it even easier than when we started, because finding resource now is a lot easier than before.
As we go into the modern age of technology, everybody can deliver their food, their groceries, watch movies, and entertain at home. Why do people still come out? For efficiency, we should just meet online, virtually. But humans are social creatures, and I think they come out even more so now for that human connection, that experience that you can orchestrate for them. And that is the huge difference between service and hospitality.
This is all not to say that beverage is not important in a cocktail bar. That is definitely our product. But the product is a means to that end. Come for the cocktails, and stay for the hospitality, and definitely come back for the hospitality. We try to give our team the ability to make decisions and to really focus on hospitality. We're not here to control every single aspect. It's not that cocktail where you have acid adjusted and bricks measured to make sure it's perfect. In fact, let's take a look at things that will go wrong and find a way about how we can turn them around. And let's share those stories every day on the reports and with our team.
Just in general, I don't believe in rules. I think rules are meant to be broken. Instead, our organization is built on values. We have 5 company core values that we use every day with our team. My favorite one being irrelevancy of being right. In order to be successful in gaining engagement, you can use these principles to build your success. It is something that you realize that you have become a manager when you feel your success is when your team have successes.
We have 120 full-time team members. It's a lot of responsibility and a lot of mouths to feed. But at the same time, what we realize is, look, you're not doing this alone. The bigger you are as an organization, the stronger your team and the more motivated, smart people you have in your organization. Koi mentioned before that the success of a manager is to find successes through other people. What we try to do now is to try to create systems, to try to then introduce a lot of principles. We are also building, for example, our own version of the Campari Academy that we humbly call the Pony Academy, where we want our team to quickly learn and to adopt this mindset that when I join Sugar & Pony Group, it's going to be constantly about learning and constantly then about imparting that knowledge as well. I think that's what we've learned to do, that together we can actually achieve even more.
Since reopening from the pandemic, I think the hospitality industry definitely, in terms of workforce, has shrunk significantly. And then also thinking about how the pandemic changed our ideals of work and work-life balance. We were thinking about how to be creative in terms of allowing people to do what they enjoy, but also providing the support and being able to grow the team and the organization. So then we created this role where when you apply to us, you are assessed as a full-time team, and then you have an option to do a 4-day work week. Your 4-day work week is prorated based on the full time, so that you aren't working 4 days and 16, 18 hours a week, you're actually working less hours. That allows you the opportunity to have a stable job, but also pursue passions.
I think the key part here is having options as opposed to prescribing this is the one and only one way. There's a lot of debate perhaps out there today about what is the right work model for the future generations of hospitality industry. There will be those that want to work as a part-time while I'm studying or pursuing another career. Or as Koi mentioned, perhaps this becomes a stable base in which I then pursue other freelance jobs. Or I really love this, I want to become a management, or I want to become the best bartender in the world, I want to dedicate 110% of my effort into this, and we will be able to fast track and give you all the training that you want for you to be an expert in the field. So I think it's about having those options. The truth is, a bar, a restaurant, hey, it's a business. There's a lot of passion involved in it, there's a lot of creativity involved in it, but we have bills to pay. And in order to do that, we have to have enough revenue for that to happen. As the community mature, as the bar industry mature, as our team mature, they understand that too. That our bar managers here, they are actually on the driving seat of a multi-million-dollar business. They're responsible for this. And I think for them too, this is exciting. When they started their career, they were making cocktails and that's it. And now they're responsible for an entire business. Sometimes they can be a dirty word, to talk about business when it comes to restaurants and bars. I don't think it's dirty at all, and especially if the pandemic reminded us is if we can't pay salaries, we can't pay rent, there's not going to be any restaurants and bars.
For bartenders that eventually want to and look to opening their own bar, one of the biggest challenges that they need to face is understanding that it's no longer about them and their cocktail, but it's about running a business and taking care of people. And at the end of the day, you must have an open mind and the willingness to adapt your product to be able to be successful in business. Being okay that you may have to disagree, but be on board with other people's ideas. If you partner and work with somebody who only agrees with you, you are never challenged to think thoroughly about your concept and what you're about to execute.
If I were to look at it on my hindsight, I wish we had started our bar earlier, believe it or not, because I think it's very rewarding. We want people to love becoming a hospitality professional. In this part of the world, hospitality wasn't thought of as a preferred career. I think for now, one of the goals that we want to measure our success by is just how successful can we be in changing that perception and also changing the...
Okay, hello everybody.
We are
back.
Sorry for the slight delay, as is the theme of the day, technical problems.
Overcoming obstacles. That's what we've been doing.
All right, so we are very excited for our next presentation, trying to still digest all of the information in our last one. So, should we go for it?
I think we've got a lot of people waiting here and they're excited. So yeah, let's do it.
All right, let's do it. So, all the way from Lisbon, after celebrating the 5th anniversary of her first bar, we are the lucky ones getting to listen about her second bar. So, Constanza, thank you so much for joining us. And over to you.
Amazing. Thank you. Thank you so much, Campari Academy and Monica, for inviting me. It's an absolute pleasure to be in Paris, talking especially about Uni, that is my newest project, and that I am truly super excited about. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about what was the concept, what is the concept, and how was the whole creative process behind it. And it took about 5 years from the initial idea to actually launch it in all the crazy 5 years that we all been going through. So I have another bar, Toca de Raposa, that opened 5 years ago. And our motto is, who returns, friend becomes. I think this is important to keep in mind because there's a lot of people that I'm going to talk about that were important in this project that was because of that, because of Toca. So one of the guests at Toca, that is my friend now, was asking me for restaurant recommendations. And I said, go to Prado, it's my favorite restaurant. She came back a few days later and said, Constanza, I really liked it, but I thought it was a little bit too uni flavor. And I was like, uni flavor? Well, that's a made-up word, one. But what do you mean, Tara? And this is someone that is not from our industry. She's in the high fashion business. And she said, it's, you know, when there's many things, but you don't really taste them all. They're together. And that was a concept that really sticked to my brain. And this is 5 years ago. And I thought, okay, uni flavor, this is interesting. And I started immediately thinking, what does that mean in a drink? And 3 years later, I thought, okay, for example, Coca-Cola. It's the most commercial and biggest example that I feel that we have in our culture is Coca-Cola is made by a million ingredients, not a million, but a lot of ingredients that we don't identify them individually when we drink Coca-Cola. Even if we have something like the gummy, the sweets of Coca-Cola, this tastes like Coca-Cola. But Coca-Cola is not a fruit, it's not lemon juice, it's not orange juice. Coca-Cola is a recipe, so that is uni flavor. And that was the concept. So 3 years later, I heard the word uni flavor. I had 3 years on my first bar, and I'm like, okay, I love it, it's great, but I need more. I need to do something more. I need to excite myself. I need to do something new for me, not necessarily for others, which might be selfish, but it's everything that we do in our company. I always try to say, do it for yourself, and then the consequences will happen, and everyone will be happy and excited about if you truly are. So 3 years later, after I heard the word uni, I started thinking about it. That was not the time. This was 2021, beginning of 2021. So I let it sit. But I started to do some experiments. I will tell you about it in a few slides. A year, we can go next slide. A year later, so 2022, I went to the hairdresser. And the owner of the hairdresser was a guest from Tokyo as well, and his partner is an amazing architect. And I was staying there, and it's super tiny space, beautiful designed. And I was saying to Peter, you know, I like this, small. Tokyo became a monster, it's too busy. I miss this connection, I miss being able to curate everything, because for uni, if you're thinking about a drink that has 10 to 15 elements that you produce all of them, the labor that is behind it, it can only be possible in a very, very small space. So that happened when I was at that said hairdresser and thought, Peter, do you know any space around? And I started looking, and honestly, on that same day, I found this place that was initially a restaurant that was 10-seat table. When I say this, inspiration is everywhere. I know this is such a cliche, but it's something that I cannot stop repeating when I tell everyone that works with me. Say, don't compartmentalize your brain, or like, this is moment for family. This is moment for fun in the beach with my dog. This is moment for hairdresser me time. No, it's everywhere. This is something that I really do, and I don't separate. And it's, of course, I love what I do, but it's everywhere. There's inspiration in everything if you don't separate it. It's just one big line. Next slide. So the next step was to choose what I'm going to do with the aesthetics of it, because at this point you know how constructions and how, especially, well, Portugal is not the best country, everything takes forever to happen. So I decided to work with my team of architects that I did talk as well, especially because it's very a team game. So it's not I have an idea and then they work on a project and they present me the project and then I say, okay, let's go. No, with Toka it was deciding on something. Okay, let's move forward on this. Another meeting, another decision, back and forth, communication, always so many ideas. Toka, for example, is concrete and they gave idea of being round. It's a round bar, the walls are round. And then I said, okay, if you want to make it round, then make it everything round. There's no 90 degrees angles anywhere. Even when you, like the bottom, like connecting to the floor, everything is round. So that was the brief that I gave for the architects, was very similar to the approach on the drinks, because I think the next level of what is new in cocktails is it's not. Of course, you can always develop a technique and explore certain flavors through the manipulation of said ingredients, but the ingredients already exist. So what is exotic for me, probably not exotic for someone native Indian, or doesn't matter. You know, I might not know about this ingredient, but it's not a new thing. So what I feel is the new is the combinations, is that uni flavor. So I wanted to give that experience also in the aesthetics of the bar. So when I said to the architects, what is the future of cocktail bars? So cocktail is a luxury, right? Already is, and it's going to be even more of a luxury. And luxury, it needs to be comfortable, because if it's not comfortable, it's not truly a luxury. So when being comfortable, it's all about not only how you feel, but the colors that are there, the lighting, and how is the lighting presented. And I trust these guys so much that I just gave this brief, and I say, I want you to go in. You all seen the movie The Gladiator. So, you know, when he dies and he goes in that lavender fields and with the horse, and I'm like, I want guests to have that experience when they come in uni, have that heaven, surreal sense. And that was the brief that that I gave to the guys. Next slide, please. But one thing was for sure, I knew I wanted to work with the stations from the guys behind bars, and we wanted to make a beautiful stainless steel, clear stainless steel that completely changed. So, you know, the Guggenheim Museum in Bilbao. So that was my initial idea. I want something like that. I even remember telling you about it, Monica, before. And then the architects have this talent of completely making me change my mind, which I'm always open. If it's something better, I'm up for it. So they actually studied how are the lines in natural rocks, and then replicated this pattern. And then everything is super functional. When I work, I need to, and I was telling Alex from behind bars, I say, Alex, I need ice, I need a place for drinks, and a place for bottles. And that's it. I don't need more. Just make it functional. I trust you. You're better than this, than me. So these are all the details of the stations, where here is a little sink, here cups with water, and then this is all mobile. So we have one that we can turn around up or down if you have an event and you don't need the bottles there, or if you want to do a workshop, you can play all around it. You can go next. So here you have a little picture of how the station before the final polishing. And we can put the next slide. And that was the thing that was for sure. This is the final look with the curtains that I'm going to show you next. You can put the next slide. And the biggest, because like I said before, for me this is the next thing for cocktails, is to create not necessarily the next thing, but the future, what could be new, because what is new is something that doesn't exist, like I said. And what is the future of architecture was something that I asked them. It's not my field, I stick to what I know. And they said, well, in the future, we're not going to extract natural materials to build a table or to extract rock. For example, at Tokyo we have pink limestone, a 2x2 cube, and that's a natural stone. So their idea, and that I completely agreed, because already the top of the bar was with the shape of rocks, why not make the bottom of the bar with a copy of a sponge, so it looks exactly like this, like a rock, but it's a company called Soft Rock in Portugal, and they replicate rocks using a sponge material. You can put on the next. Here you can clearly see, so this is, and it looks like this. I was a little bit afraid that it was going to be a little bit natural history museum vibe, but it did an amazing work. You can put on the next. Next was how the walls and how everything was going to be, the feeling. So the guys always a bit scared of showing me the renders, which is this image of how the bar could be. They came, I was about to go on my best friend's hen do to Italy. And we had the meeting, I was super excited. They were like, oh, I think we got somewhere. We normally don't show the renders, but we're gonna show it to you. I wanted to cry of how bad it was. It's not this. It was all black, all walls black. The floor was like full of little stones. There was a little bonsai in the middle of the station, and they put some holes here and it said decoration items. And I'm like, guys, did we not arrive somewhere in the previous conversations? You need to start again. You need to start again. This is the opposite of what I wanted. This is Buddha Bar 98. What happened was, because of that conversation that I've always I'm never not honest. And I said to them, you need to completely start again. We stayed to the station. We want light. You already gave me so many good references. Start again. And then that was the final. When I come back from Italy, they already had two versions, being the curtains one of them and my favorite, and that was the one that stick. But this to say that, and they were super happy, and they say, okay, it was great that you said no to our proposal because they made them think and go to something better. Because what I always wanted to prove the point is, think about the whole concept. How do you think a black room is comfortable, is a luxury, makes you feel, especially if you're drinking alcohol, I feel like makes you feel like dirty, suffocated. You can put on the next one. It's heavy. So this is how it looks. Uni, sits 9 people. So it's the bartenders here, and then you have 9 people all around here. And then the ceiling was also something that I didn't want. That is an artist, a Portuguese artist. It's a material, it's a hard material that then with heat they turn it super thin, but it can't go super cold because then it's gonna break. And he painted over, and this has layers. You can see it maybe a little bit, it looks a little bit like marble, but this, he actually had a massive injury on his wrist. He put this amount of paint on top of this canvas, and the work was to remove all the paint. So this is the remaining fragment, the colors of it. It looks a little bit like marble, and it has a supernatural touch to it. You can, next slide. Okay, so now the aesthetics are done, now the part of the creative. So this board, because then, okay, how did I went from, I want to make 10 drinks, all drinks need to be uni flavor, and I need to push myself. You cannot know where you're going. So I had no idea where I was going, because if I knew where I was going, it would not be new. I would be copying myself or copying someone else. So I decided, okay, I'm going to choose 200 ingredients that I am kind of comfortable extracting flavor from. And then Tokyo has 5 years. So when it comes to, let's say these are the fruit and veg, when it comes to all the fruits, for me, I want to extract the natural element of it. So I want the juice. So for me, this was like, this is all clarifications except for the citrus. And this is all, I want to make lives easier for everyone. So even though we have the toys, if it's just a simple maceration, 24 hours, room temperature, that's 100% what I'm going to do, if that is going to be the way that highlights the produce. So decide on the ingredients that we have, that we want to work with, so 200. And this started in 2021. And then, of course, I slowed it down because when you don't have an actual bar, and it's all a very conceptual idea of a dream that probably is going to happen, it's not easy to pursue it. So I've slowed down a little bit. And then, next slide. I started doing the tests in January of 2022. What happened was I had the tests, I knew how to extract flavor from these elements that I wanted to work with. Now the question is how I'm going to create this drink, how I'm going to build this, how I'm going to start, how's going to be the process. And thinking, like I said before, if I have a formula, I've created, I don't know, probably around 100, 150 drinks in my life already. So I know what works. I know how it works. But then I'm just going to copy Gorillas. That is one of the best sellers of Tokyo, or that everyone loves. So I need to think of, my guide was something that doesn't mean flavor, that doesn't have flavor. And that is a color. A color does not have flavor. Of course, the color can guide us and make you think, okay, if this is pink, I'm going to think it's sweet. We all heard that situation. But a color, white or black or pink, doesn't taste. So what I did first was focusing on the colors. And the first one, this is Shaya. It's one of the favorites. And it was the color white. You can change the slide. Yes, these are some of the drinks. So this is almost clear black, and this is dragon fruit pink. And these are all, especially the black and the white that I'm going to speak to you about, was exactly that color process. Next slide. Well, so this is how this brain works. I chose, so number one, this is the Shaya, this is the white one. So how I'm gonna make this drink white? Coconut milk, that was for sure. And then what I was pairing one ingredient with the other without linking them at all. So coconut milk, and then what goes well with coconut milk? Celery. With celery, coriander seeds, mango, hops, passion fruit, cedar leaf, orange blossom, and so on. And I decided I'm going to do 15 ingredients in each drink. Then when I had all these ingredients, I put on a tin equal parts of everything to try. And then I was like, still, I don't know, if you put equal parts of everything, after that, when you start balancing, this could be so many different drinks. So then when I try to mix them all equally, I try, and then, okay, this is where I'm gonna go. And then I balance it. And until that moment that I balanced it for the first time, I had no idea what was gonna come out of it. And that was the process for almost all the drinks. Another one that I did was similar, but it was in a trio. So it was seaweed. I wanted to work with seaweed, rice, and fermented kiwi. Because I had a lot of surplus because of Toka, because we make the production for all the bars together. And then I started working in a line. So rice, I'm gonna do with lichen, with fermented kiwi, dill, with seaweed, jasmine. And then I went on and on and on, always deciding on how many, so there was a limit for it. And that's pretty much how the creative process works for Uni drinks. The menu does not have the ingredients listed. It's not a secret. I'm happy to tell all guests, but it has just a description. One guest asked me, this is the next thing we're gonna work. There was, so for example, one cocktail is called the Nupit, and it's fruity, smoky, strong, and something else. And she had the drink, and then she asked me, if I ask for Nupit again, will I have the same drink? And I thought, wow, I love this question, because you could have actually a second drink. I could have multiple menus at the same time, because the description can be so many different things. So that is, I guess, the next step. And next slide. So these are some examples of how we were doing all the experiments. It was just non-stop, a lot of drinking, a lot of weekends, and then yeah, that's it. You can next slide. What is the focus at Uni? Uni, like I said, it's a 9-seat cocktail bar. We have, well, the cocktails. We don't serve food. We don't serve anything apart from the cocktails on the menu. We don't do classics. We don't do anything else. We do 10 drinks, and that's all you can have at Uni. And the focus was always to make people feel good. And this is not just a feel-good experience in terms of you have a drink or you have a little cocktail, you feel better, but it's in a more global. It's the music, but it's also the aesthetics being beautiful, and that is proven that when you're treating yourself, you feel good. And it's not everyone that can go to a fine dining restaurant and spend 300, 400 euros per person. And I feel like in Uni we can provide that sense of feel good, I'm treating myself, and it's all very much connected to the aesthetics, people feeling that they are in a different world, and together with the amazing hospitality. And next slide. What happened with the logo that initially was that all stripes Uni means also sea urchin in Japanese, and that was the link initially with the logo that had multiple stripes. And well, one of my best friends is also the designer for the company since the past 7 years. And we're like, okay, this doesn't make sense anymore. Even the uniforms that were initially, I got them straight away. A month before, completely changed into something a little bit like this. And the logo was exactly the same. Like, I don't want, because this was a GIF. So it was 1, 2, 3, and I'm like, no, we're gonna stay with 3. We're gonna stay with the slide number 3 because it makes much more sense. And this to say that changing the concept and every day, I would change the logo now if I had to, if I didn't believe it anymore. And it's always, say, if it's for better, why not? And that's it. Next slide. And I just want, so this, all the bills come with all these sweets. And we worked with amazing ceramic artist that does these little pots and all the ceramics that we have. And I was just obsessed with the forms of it and how it made sense. So actually, the sweets and the amuse-bouche that we have, the palette cleanser that we have at the beginning of the experience, were actually bought first. And then we were saying to my best friend, we need to figure out something to serve here. And that was the sweets. And that's it, I guess. One, two.
Now you can hear me?
Yes.
All right. Thank you so much for sharing. It's very fascinating. And I think what is so interesting is that you're at the forefront of that movement of taking away the preconception of a bar needs to be this and only this. And it's really nice to see that you just fully explored your creative side. So how does people react to it when they come in?
It has been a big, big surprise. For example, because, well, not for example, but because... No. What should I do? It's next to the microphone. I take it out. So, because it's so different and there's no option and it's completely... For example, comparing to Toka, you can see ingredients that we are using that people are not used to it, but they understand how the flavor profile will be, what are the other ingredients, they can read what's in the drink. They are more open to actually disagree with them or be super picky. At Uni, because you don't have it's so new, they embrace it. They're like, okay, I know nothing, I go. And the flavor profile is actually very approachable. The drinks are not weird on the taste. They're all delicious. But yeah, I guess I answer your question.
Absolutely. And so so how many nights you are open? 5. And how many covers on average do you do in a busy night or in a general night?
Right now, it's only been 6 months, so it's very, very, very up and down, but around 25.
And do you think that this bar could only happen as your second, or could this, for example, be your first? Or do you need that experience?
I think only as a second. And it was only, I can see, comparing to Toka, how that is a much, here we sit 9, at Toka we'll sit 40. And for example, the numbers that we're doing now at Uni are already much higher than the numbers that we were doing at Toka at the first year and a half. So I think it's already, the name of Toka really helps and my name as well. Like it's not my first bar, there's already been 5 years at Toka, so people already trust, yeah.
But despite being very progressive and very forward-thinking when it comes to offering and product, the hospitality and your philosophy behind running a bar has always been very traditional, in the sense that guest experience, hospitality, generosity, warmth is very important. So how do you teach that to your staff? Because I can imagine that your team is also shares this kind of visionary mindset.
So, for example, there's one thing that I think is important was the music. The feeling of it at Uni was, what kind of music am I going to play there? Like, I only listen 70s, 80s. I love Beatles, and my team, even like cleaning the floor, listening to Stop by Spice Girls, and they say to me, "You're such an old soul," when I'm listening to something from '97, but. From when it comes to music, for example, at Uni, we adapt always to how the vibe is. Even is so conceptual, and I did a very conceptual playlist, and it was like, this doesn't work. This is too much. This feels like you are in an installation. This is still a bar. This is, and always we're very present on trainings and one-on-ones in the company, and it's always I have my head bartender doing the manual, and it's with a big motto. It's the guests are first. Who returns, friend becomes. It's you teach by showing, by being an example, and it's something that I've always done and always said. If we have it in the cocktail at Uni, we literally don't have anything apart from the batches for the menu, but at Tokyo we do, and it's always like, guys, guests don't need. If they don't need to go on the menu. If they want something, if we have it, we absolutely do it. And so did I answer?
Absolutely. And how big is your team in total now?
With me, it's going to be 10 of us from next month.
Oh, that's a lot. Scary.
Yeah.
I'm going to open up to the room. Any questions from anyone? Dean, always. No, it's great.
So I've seen the amazing picture of the soft rock kind of sponge. How hard is that to clean?
It's been 6 months. It's been 6 months, and it's like I said, we open 5 days a week, and it's an average of 25 people there. It's not necessarily the clean, but it's more, I feel people are nervous, and they touch it a lot like this, and I'm a little bit scared that they're going to take it out. But the cleaning is not an issue. No.
And does that go the same for the stainless top? Does that take a lot of constant polishing?
That takes a lot of constant polishing. You need to be constant with a kind of wet one, a super dry one, and always be like the Olympics kind of thing, always cleaning after. And the scratches are also a thing, but we're finding a way to do like a polishment every year.
Very cool. So you're a fan of the movie Karate Kid?
Yes.
Yeah.
Agosanza, a question about the drinks that you yourself described as conceptual. Can the research that you put into become an obstacle towards the customer, towards the guest? So once the guest comes, can it find it a bit too much conceptual? Does it happen?
I feel the opposite, like super interested. Because it's so weird, so it's not initially, so imagine, ask for a drink, we always advise, obviously, and then he tries the drink, and then asks, but how did you make this? What's the concept behind it? How many ingredients are there? How many, how do you, all the questions are, it's a plus. So I feel like they are more interested than less, yeah.
Sorry, I was just checking if you're paying attention. So it's almost like the drinks are a conversation starter as well. So does that mean that there's multiple people working on a shift, or is it one bartender only?
It's one bartender only, for now. Because now it's still, like I said, it's like 20, 25 people per night, but it happened, I've done 5 seatings by myself, 9 people non-stop, 1 hour and a half and that was intense, but that happened once so far. For example, the person that I have there at the moment is a bartender with around 12 years experience, worked most of his life in Canada. He's not involved in the production. He's just doing also the summer in Portugal and coming back for Canada, but he's a person, he's a talker. He's there and he understands guests and everyone that walks in, and his main goal is always, I need to make this person feel comfortable. And that's also super important to have the right person, because the creative process is it's a little bit on me, and the production side is also it's going to be too soon, that do the production for Uni, for Toka, and for all the consultancies.
So would you agree then that whoever works at Uni actually doesn't need necessarily a bartender background as long as you're a good people person?
Absolutely. For me at Uni, and I always try to look for people that are more diverse in their knowledge. For example, the guy that we have in charge of prep, he's a product engineer. He's never done anything that he's doing, and he's now producing, I don't even know, but around 500 liters of cocktails per month without any experience. So for Uni, it interests me a lot more. Someone that knows how to talk to people, has a lot of interests, knows how to hold a conversation, and has passion for hospitality and hosting.
Exactly, because I think within our industry, it's this myth that to be a good bartender, you have to be creative, you have to be good at making drinks, and then people forget that you also have to, as the name says, bartender, you have to tend the bar, you have to be able to control the room, talk to your guests, and really be the puppet master more than the creator in that sense. So I would agree with that 100%. Any more questions from the room, or shall we? Yes, question. I will not throw you the mic.
Thank you. Thank you. Hi, thanks for the presentation. Just one question about the production side. Because if it makes all the batches and ingredients for the different venues, how do you check the quality?
Great question. So when it comes to Toka, for example, I leave my head bartenders in charge of that and for all the team to figure it out. And if I see there's a problem, I will interfere. That at Toka. At Uni, I make the batches. So I say to João, I'm arriving, please put everything in the main table, and I will myself do all the batches for Uni. And for consultancies, I always check the first ones. If it's a new recipe and then he's replicating for the first time, I will check. But then they are quite simple, so I just trust him.
And the bartenders working in the places, they do regular shifts at the production site to get that view?
Not at the moment, because I felt that the ones that are on the floor, they really love to be at night, and that's where their potential is risen. And the guys that are at day, also, they don't know how to work at night. But this is something that I always say to my team. You have your schedule, you work 40 hours a week. If you want more, you're welcome to come here when it's close to work, to ask João to do prep shifts. So they can always do it, and they do it. But I try not to mix it because I used to, and I felt that was not really beneficial for none of them, because also the schedules, they're used to night and then moving to day, always late, always, no.
And we have a last question.
Hi, nice Toka. It's one of my favorite bars. I've been there a few times in the last year. Complimenti. Now, you said a phrase before. You said, we still have to remember it's a bar. It's not an installation. And obviously, you've pushed the boundaries of what a bar can be perceived as and what cocktails can be looked as. Now that you put a boundary there, obviously, you can look over it. How far would you want it to go after this? Can you see something a bit more like an installation? how far do you think you can go with a bar and it's still recognizable as a bar and not an installation anymore?
It's an interesting question. So, like I said before, I make everything my career-wise to make me happy. So I wanted to do this because I wanted to be pushed in a creative way. And then if I tomorrow will learn, this is going to happen, how to sail a boat, I will probably do something a business related to that. So I don't think in the foreseen future I will be interested in pushing in this direction, but something different, something more like one of my dearest friends. She's an amazing creative director and a composer, singer, and I much more see, for example, open a piano bar, for example. And this is, I cannot predict, but it's very what I'll do next, it's related to what I want to do in life, not as just a business. I always say, figure out what you want to do and then make money out of that. This is kind of like how I've moved.
Thank you so much. And if there's no more questions, I think we will say thank you to Constanza, and we will leave our headsets on the stand. And what time is it? It's 45. So we will be back at 5 o'clock for the last talk of the day, which will be
Amazing.
Daniel, which will be much more technical. And that's it.
No problem.
The Cambridge texted me. Cambridge texted.
My name is Goi, and I am in charge of hospitality and operations within our 7 operating venues in Singapore.
I am Indra Cantono. I'm Goi's husband as well as co-founder in Sugar & Pony Group. On a day-to-day basis, I look after our marketing and business development aspects.
I was working in Singapore Airlines for about 6 years. The biggest joy that I have with my jobs was the people I meet, the people I cross paths with, and the inspiration I get from them. Indra and I sat down and we thought about it hard on, what would be the right direction. From his corporate life, we took a page and we created what would be our company's mission, to be a place in the community people can find comfort, forge friendships, and share happiness. So that's how we started the business. We decided that, a bar is a social place where people can meet other people and inspire other people, and that's why we decided to start a cocktail bar.
I come from a very completely different background altogether. I came from management consulting and finance. So when we first opened our first bar, Sugar & Pony, some 11 years ago, we didn't quite exactly know what we were doing. We didn't quite exactly know what we didn't know. But perhaps that allowed us to also bring a fresh perspective and a fresh way of doing things. In the beginning, it was tough. When we first hired our first team, I think within the first 8-9 months, pretty much all of the opening team have left us. Probably because we were not very good managers. We've never really managed people and understood a lot of the protocol, the norms in food and beverage. But we persevered through. We learned on the fly. We had the good opportunity of having very good mentors. So perhaps in hindsight, while it was challenging, it brought us some good original way of doing things. The Singapore community has turned into something really special, and a lot of it is because of the camaraderie, positivity, one bar supporting another bar. We felt that there was this amazing opportunity to create something totally new in Singapore at that time, and to convert people who have never drank cocktails or don't have cocktail drinking as part of their everyday culture to embrace that. Of course, Goi and I are also as happy when we have young bartenders coming to us and says, hey, I want to open my own bar too. We hope that this community will continue to grow, and perhaps they'll have it even easier than when we started, because finding resource now is a lot easier than before.
As we go into the modern age of technology, everybody can deliver their food, their groceries, watch movies, and entertain at home. Why do people still come out? For efficiency, we should just meet online virtually. But humans are social creatures, and I think they come out even more so now for that human connection, that experience that you can orchestrate for them. And that is the huge difference between service and hospitality.
This is all not to say that beverage is not important in a cocktail bar. That is definitely our product. But the product is a means to that end. Come for the cocktails, and stay for the hospitality, and definitely come back for the hospitality. We try to give our team the ability to make decisions and to really focus on hospitality. We're not here to control every single aspect. It's not that cocktail where you have acid adjusted and bricks measured to make sure it's perfect. In fact, let's take a look at things that will go wrong and find a way about how we can turn them around. And let's share those stories every day on the reports and with our team.
Just in general, I don't believe in rules. I think rules are meant to be broken. Instead, our organization is built on values. We have 5 company core values that we use every day with our team. My favorite one being irrelevancy of being right. In order to be successful in gaining engagement, you can use these principles to build your success. It is something that you realize that you have become a manager when you feel your success is when your team have successes.
We have 120 full-time team members. It's a lot of responsibility and a lot of mouths to feed. But at the same time, what we realize is, look, you're not doing this alone. The bigger you are as an organization, the stronger your team and the more motivated, smart people you have in your organization. Koi mentioned before that the success of a manager is to find successes through other people. What we try to do now is to try to create systems, to try to then introduce a lot of principles. We are also building, for example, our own version of the Campari Academy that we humbly call the Pony Academy, where we want our team to quickly learn and to adopt this mindset that when I join Sugar & Pony Group, it's going to be constantly about learning and constantly then about imparting that knowledge as well. I think that's what we've learned to do, that together we can actually achieve even more.
Since reopening from the pandemic, I think the hospitality industry definitely, in terms of workforce, has shrunk significantly. And then also thinking about how the pandemic changed our ideals of work and work-life balance. We were thinking about how to be creative in terms of allowing people to do what they enjoy, but also providing the support and being able to grow the team and the organization. So then we created this role where when you apply to us, you are assessed as a full-time team, and then you have an option to do a 4-day work week. Your 4-day work week is prorated based on the full time, so that you aren't working 4 days and 16, 18 hours a week, you're actually working less hours. That allows you the opportunity to have a stable job, but also pursue passions.
I think the key part here is having options as opposed to prescribing this is the one and only one way. There's a lot of debate perhaps out there today about what is the right work model for the future generations of hospitality industry. There will be those that want to work as a part-time while I'm studying or pursuing another career. Or as Koi mentioned, perhaps this becomes a stable base in which I then pursue other freelance jobs. Or I really love this, I want to become a management, or I want to become the best bartender in the world. I want to dedicate 110% of my effort into this, and we will be able to fast track and give you all the training that you want for you to be an expert in the field. So I think it's about having those options. The truth is, a bar, a restaurant, hey, it's a business. There's a lot of passion involved in it, there's a lot of creativity involved in it, but we have bills to pay. And in order to do that, we have to have enough revenue for that to happen. As the community mature, as the bar industry mature, as our team mature, they understand that too. That our bar managers here, they are actually on the driving seat of a multi-million-dollar business. They're responsible for this. And I think for them too, this is exciting. When they started their career, they were making cocktails and that's it. And now they're responsible for an entire business. Sometimes they can be a dirty word, to talk about business when it comes to restaurants and bars. I don't think it's dirty at all, and especially if the pandemic reminded us is that we can't pay salaries, we can't pay rent, there's not going to be any restaurants and bars.
For bartenders that eventually want to and look to opening their own bar, one of the biggest challenges that they need to face is understanding that it's no longer about them and their cocktail, but it's about running a business and taking care of people. And at the end of the day, you must have an open mind and the willingness to adapt your product to be able to be successful in business. Being okay that you may have to disagree, but be on board with other people's ideas. If you partner and work with somebody who only agrees with you, you are never challenged to think thoroughly about your concept and what you're about to execute.
If I were to look at it on my hindsight, I wish we had started our bar earlier, believe it or not, because I think it's very rewarding. We want people to love becoming a hospitality professional. In this part of the world, hospitality wasn't thought of as a preferred career. I think for now, one of the goals that we want to measure our success by is just how successful can we be in changing that perception and also changing the reality. Perception exists because perhaps there's some reality to it. Perhaps it is true that F&B careers in the past can be very uncertain and only suitable when you are fit and young and healthy. But we want to try our best as an industry and as a company to see how can we make sure that eventually people who say, I love people, I love hospitality. I think there's a lot of people who love people out there in the world, that they can say, I want to be a bartender. It's a great career. Or I want to be a chef. It's a great career.
All right, we are back. So, Dean, after being the tech guy, when you can finally answer this question, what was your favorite moment in the last presentation?
When I seen the bar top, that stainless steel polished bar top, I was immediately like, ooh, I want one of
Yes,
those.
it was quite something.
It's
This is
special.
why I have a pre-polished, already scratched stainless steel top on my bar, because I don't want to polish and scratch it.
But from a photography point of view, all of
it's
the white
amazing.
walls, the amount of light that filled the room, and being able to take a photo, you'd get the instant reflection. I'd love it.
It can
I'd
be,
love
it will be the test. Some will rise to the top, and others will be lost in reflection hell.
Oh, I see. when you don't know how to deal with the reflection. Electra has already said we're going. We're going. So.
Well, I can see that we are getting closer to the last talk, which is also very, very anticipated. And there's a huge turnout here, so hopefully it will be the same online. And if you have not managed to get a headphone, obviously you won't hear this message, but you can, sorry. Yes, I know. You can connect from your phone and hear it if you have a headset.
Yeah, I've been telling people that. There's a huge line of people lining up for headsets to be part of it. All right,
Yes.
are we ready? Are we
All
ready?
right, so let's get it on. Yes, Dean will do what he does best, drink spritz. I will run to the stage, and we are ready for our last talk of the day, which is none other than the co-author of Round Building, which obviously is why everyone is here. It's a not lost, but forgotten, maybe, bartender technique. And we definitely are very excited to have Daniel presenting as the last speaker about his recent book, and also...
Does that, Dean?
Yes, everything
Is
that
that on there,
bartenders do.
Dean? Hey, hello everyone. Thank you for being here. My name is Daniel Waddy. Closer? Good, closer. My name is Daniel Waddy. I work at Satan's Whiskers in London, and I'm here today to talk to you about general principles of round building, which is the topic of a book that my colleague Kevin and myself published at the end of last year. Some of you already have, which I really appreciate. Now, this is a topic that I think is absolutely fundamental to bartending and doesn't necessarily get a lot of attention in bartender trainings, which is kind of our motivation for writing about this. But in terms of why do I think this is fundamental, I'm sure you can all remember back to the pandemic, not the best of times in hospitality, but in terms of when I think back to what I was missing during lockdowns, it wasn't drinks. I mean, if you want to get drunk by yourself in your house, you can do that. I mean, sales of alcohol in yeah, some of us did, hey, I mean... But yeah, I mean, it gets tired. I mean, supermarket alcohol sales in the UK were like record levels, but that's not what I was missing. What I was missing was a place where I could go and interact with other people who weren't my housemates, weren't people I work with. I mean, hospitality brings people together. That is what is, I mean, just fundamental to and great about our industry. But what that means is that as a working bartender, we are not usually making one drink at the same time. People go out together, they order drinks together. I mean, this is especially true if you're working on dispense, you get a ticket, you're going to make all of those drinks before someone takes them out to the floor. But even if you're serving over the bar, people are likely to wait until their friend gets their drink, etiquette, cheers. So what we find ourselves doing day in, day out is making more than one drink at the same time. And that is basically what round building is, no more, no less. But I guess the general idea is that whatever drinks we're serving, we want every one of them to get to its recipient at its best so that they can enjoy it and that first sip makes an impression. A little bit of background on how I came to be here talking to you about this. I had been bartending in Bristol for perhaps 5 years, so this was a while ago. Probably everything I learned in the first 2 years of that, and then I was kind of coasting. But some of my friends had already moved to London to go to work for Jonathan Downey's Match Group, and I'd kind of hear reports back from them on it. And I guess that's where I first heard the term round building. No one was talking about this where I was working at the time. And this idea that if you need to make lots of drinks together, there might be an ideal way or a sort of a better way to go about it. And yeah, I couldn't find out anything about this where I was. So in 2010, I took the plunge and moved to London because I wanted to kind of like find out more. Now, Match Group for the first decade of the 21st century was arguably the place to be to sort of bartend. To bartend in the UK. Part of the reason for this was that Jonathan, difficult character though he may be at times, also really believes in investing in bartender training. There was regular input from both Del de Groff and Sasha Petrasky, just two bartending greats in any era, and the group attracted motivated, like enthusiastic, talented individuals who came in and tried to push things forward and tried to find the best way to do things. So in any case, I moved to London. It was daunting at first, but I learnt, and by the time I left the company 3 years later, I'd been teaching that to our staff, and it was apparent to me that there was a lot of really good kind of information within that company that I thought should get a wider airing, and since no one else had written about it, I should. Now, during that time, I had met Kevin Armstrong, he had been group head bartender for the company before I came to London, and I kind of figured that he was a big part of the reason why it was good. Like, a lot of the ideas seemed to have come from him. So I was like, when he opened Satan's Whiskers in the end of 2013, I was like, that's where I need to go. That's who I want to do this with if I'm going to try and write a book on the topic. And it took longer than I expected, but at the end of last year, we finally got that finished. But to some extent, that was a blessing, because working for Satan's, but also working back for Jonathan Downey at Street Feast. So maybe some of you sort of experienced the Street Feast sites, but these were like big food markets, lots of different bars, and a lot of the people staffing those bars were not kind of dedicated career bartenders. So there was a lot of different kind of environments, simpler offerings, and it was a chance to kind of see how the ideas would function in a sort of variety of settings. Because I say, like, the topic today are general principles of round building, and I suppose whatever my experience, most of my experience is in, let's say, fairly traditional bars. I make drinks that would have been recognisable sort of back in sort of pre-prohibition days. And so what can I, without going to your venues, how can I tell you what is going to work in your environment? I mean, you know when someone comes into a new job and they were pretty good at their old job and they come in and they just throw their weight around and they just think that they're right, they're not very popular. I mean, you don't like that guy. Maybe some of you have worked with someone like that. So I'm trying not to do that. But even though bars are very different, I think that there is actually a lot that is general. And so that's what I'm going to try and talk about today. So, in terms of the problem that we're faced with is that temperature is key to the enjoyment of a cocktail. Now, I want a cold drink, like ice cold martini, ice cold daiquiri, cold beer, but I want to drink it in a nice temperate environment. Like, I don't want to drink cold cocktails outside in the middle of winter. But what this means is that as soon as we serve a cold drink, we've kind of got this tug of war between the drink, which is cold, and the room, which is warm, and the room is very big, the drink is very small, so there's only one winner here. So as soon as we serve a cold drink, it's going to start warming up, or it's going to start changing, and that change usually isn't for the better. So I suppose, as a general idea, whatever drinks you're serving, when you finish it, give it to someone, that drink is as you want it to be. I mean, let's say that drink is perfect at that moment. And I mean, that's like, you might like a martini, you might like a pina colada. I'm not talking about the sort of relative merits of drinks, but at that moment, that drink is as good as it's ever going to be. So in an ideal world, I would serve every drink that I make straight away. But because I've only got two hands, I've got lots of things in my hands, sometimes that simply isn't possible. So the kind of first general principle that I'm going to talk about is, if you can't finish everything together, is there a way to finish things in a particular order that is going to help mitigate the harm of things changing? So our first general principle of round building is that if you can't do everything at once, the order in which to complete drinks is determined by their perishability. So as I say, perishability means cold drink, warm room. And now, I haven't seen your menus. Some of the drinks I'm going to mention here are very traditional, but what I want you to do, I mean, throughout the session, we're going to be using our imagination because I'm talking about drinks, I can't make drinks. But try and think how the items on your menu might split down into these three broad categories. And our first category are actually fairly bartender friendly. So here I'm talking about drinks that are served above 0 degrees and without ice. So easiest things, glass of red wine, like neat spirit. I could put that up on the pass. That's going to be fine probably for quite a while. Bottle of beer from the fridge, white wine, fizzy wine. That is going to start to change immediately. But I still reckon that any of those drinks in the first category, I think, can probably stand for 5 minutes. And if I get them to you in that time, they're still going to be decent. So I'm going to set myself a target for these kind of first category drinks that I want them to be with the guest within 5 minutes of me completing the drink. Now, our second broad category of drinks is basically everything served on ice. And I'm not too worried about particular ice types, be it cubed, crushed, block ice, even kind of frozen drinks. I think we can group all of these together and kind of finish them as you wish in that. But the main thing is when we serve drinks on ice, the ice is going to keep the drink cold for the time it takes to drink it. So I mean here we've got 0 minutes and for 30 minutes. And I was just serving some -5 degree cocktail and on different kind of ice types and just seeing what happened to temperature over the next half hour. And we can see that both cubed and crushed ice will keep a drink below 0 for half an hour. Should have been drunk in that time, hopefully. Otherwise, what can you do? And if I were to be serving that on craft ice, block ice, again, you'll see ice comes out of the freezer. That actually knocks off quite a bit to start with. A little bit less effective at chilling in the end, but they're still going to hold the drinks at 0 degrees for half an hour. Dilution's going to be a lot more divergent. You're going to get a lot less water added here than you would with crushed. But the main thing is that these drinks are still going to be, I reckon, in the short term, they're going to be staying cold because you've got ice there. But actually, rather than in terms of flavour, I think in the short term, a lot of the time the change has got more to do with appearances. There you've got a whiskey sour and a gin and tonic, which I've made fresh. Same drinks 2 minutes later. So the whiskey sour is separated, that's fine, I don't mind that. The ice has sat down a little bit in the gin and tonic, that's fine, not floating. I'm still happy to serve that, but it has changed. But that means that I'm going to set myself a target that for all of my ice drinks, I want to make sure that when I put that up on the pass, I want that to get to you in time to taste it. I don't know if any of you have had much to do with drinks photography, but the professionals, not me, they have things like fake ice cubes, kind of spraying on droplets to make things look cold. Because if you actually make things look cold and try and take photographs, it doesn't last very long. But we live in a time where you serve a drink, someone's as likely to take a picture of it on their phone and put it on social media as they are to taste it. So appearances definitely count. But these drinks, perishable, but I'm going to give myself 2 minutes. My third category of drinks are below 0 and without ice. So basically, I'm talking about straight up cocktails. Think daiquiri, think martini. Now, going back to that, in the absence of ice, these drinks, as soon as you serve them, nothing to stop them warming up. Conversely, I think that temperature is probably most critical to the enjoyment of a martini or a daiquiri, because I want all of my drinks to be cold, but these ones, it really, really counts. And different drinks have different expectations. If I serve you a beer from my fridge, that's at 4 degrees, I'm like, that's a cold beer. You're pretty happy with that. If I serve you a martini at 4 degrees, you're like, why do you hate me? What did you do? I mean, that's just not good enough. What this means, though, since I'm not going to serve my straight-up drinks on ice, if I've only got one freezer on my bar, the glass I'm going to keep in it is my cocktail glass, my coupette, whatever I choose to use, because that is going to help keep the drink cold. What I have here are some more -5-degree cocktail strained into coupette glasses. One was from my freezer at -20. This one was hand chilled, so with ice and water, and that was a room temperature glass. And we can see in the first 30 seconds, my frozen glass drink has actually gotten a bit colder. Hand chilled, not bad. Room temperature has already jumped substantially, and over the next 5 minutes they all warm up by about 3 degrees more. But after 5 minutes, my martini in a frozen glass is still well under, and my martini in a room temperature glass, not great in 5 minutes. But frozen glassware, brilliant for keeping your martini cold in the short term, but it's one of the most fleeting phenomenon is the frosting on glassware. This is where I really don't have enough hands. I was not anticipating the microphone and the clicker. But so now, in the space of 1 minute, here, everything gorgeous frosting. Just in the space of 60 seconds, the drinks are still fine, but this is sweating down from the top, and I don't know, some of the first impression is starting to go there. So I'm going to set myself a target that for any of my straight up cocktails, I want those to be getting to the guest within 60 seconds, which isn't a vast amount of time. So essentially, I want to make sure that all of my first category drinks and my second category drinks are up on the tray ready to go before I go to finish off my third category drinks. And just... Oh. All the way up. Just to recap, first category drinks, bartender friendly, served above zero, beer, wine, spirits, shots, etc. Category 2, everything on ice. Category 3, straight up cocktails. And I think when you're thinking about how this applies to your menu, I guess the overall point is just think what is vital to the appeal of a particular drink, think how quickly it might lose it, and the faster it's going to lose that critical thing, the more priority in the order it gets. So, it doesn't really matter what order. Doesn't really matter what order you finish your drinks in if there's too long a wait between them. I did a couple of sessions earlier this year where I was talking about round building actually on a bar, and we're just making a simple round of a gin and tonic, Tommy's Margarita, so on the rocks, and a Manhattan. Now, working sequentially, if I made the gin and tonic first, that took me about 30-35 seconds. Then I made the Tommy's Margarita, that was finished after about 2 minutes. And then I made the Manhattan, that was finished at 3 minutes. So I've already missed my target of 2 minutes for the gin and tonic because it stood there for 2.5 minutes. Making those drinks again, but working on them all at the same time. The gin and tonic and the Tommy's were actually finished at about 2 minutes 15, so it took me much longer to complete the first drink. But then the Manhattan is just about ready to go. I was actually a little bit quicker overall as well, but it meant that the time interval between finishing the Manhattan and finishing the gin and tonic was 30 seconds. Makes no difference to the Manhattan, but the gin and tonic is better, and because we're thinking of the round as a whole, the round is better. Now, when working on more than one thing at the same time, it's helpful to break down the making of drinks into a series of steps. Now, some drinks might have a lot of steps, complicated, some drinks much simpler. But I reckon because we're going to be trying to work on drinks in intervals, because I can't give one drink my undivided attention, I reckon there are going to be some steps that aren't urgent, some steps semi-urgent, some steps that are urgent. And by thinking about that, that's going to help us to sort of complete the task at hand. So, move some of my props for now. With whatever drinks we're making, there are probably going to be some steps that we can do before we add ice. So let's say, if we imagine that I was making a daiquiri and a martini, I might well pour the ingredients for the daiquiri in my tin, ingredients for the martini in my mixing glass. I can cut my twist for the martini. Then I've got my next steps. So our second area, actually I think I've got a slide for this. Prep is our sort of first thing. So basically anything that we can do before ice touches things. When we come to process, it's worth thinking about how methods sort of differ. When I'm talking process, I'm thinking we're now going to add ice and make it interact with liquid. Because actually what we're doing with ice when we're mixing drinks is a little bit different to when we're serving them. When I serve a drink on ice, it's because I want it to stay the same. I want to stop change happening. I want it to keep cold, which is why kind of big blocks of ice are good, because less surface area, they melt slower, so they keep things the same. When I'm mixing a drink, I actually need liquid and ice to interact faster than they would of their own accord. If I just leave a glass of gin and vermouth and ice on the side, it doesn't turn into a martini. So I need to stir that to encourage those and mix them around. But when we've got methods like stirring or churning a drink, say swizzling a like mojito, these drinks are they're gonna chill our drink, they're gonna dilute our drink, but they're not adding a textural element. Whereas when we shake a drink, we're actually going to like beat aeration into it, which means we can incorporate ingredients like egg white, which we couldn't do otherwise. But generally speaking, we can say shaking introduces texture. However, if we don't then strain our drink quickly and get it out, then we can lose the benefit of that. If I make a whiskey sour, shake it well, but then leave it standing not quick enough, I'm going to lose quite a bit of that texture there. So whereas stirring is like semi-urgent, what I mean by that is that if I start stirring my martini, I can stir that, I can taste it, it's about ready to go. If I were to leave that for 10 minutes, it's going to be bad, but if I leave it for 30 seconds, I can now shake my daiquiri, I can get my glasses out of the freezer, and I can finish those two drinks, get them out together. So where we've got steps that I would describe as semi-urgent, this is going to give us a break point, and break points are good because we need to work on things on intervals. And then obviously when I say finishing drinks, final garnish, presentational touches, ready to go. Oh yeah, and those are the two general principles of round building. I've got through that in reasonable time. So second general principle, whenever a drink is completed, the next one should only be one step behind. So yeah, here is the idea that what I don't want to do is I've just shaken my daiquiri and strained it, but I realise that I haven't started stirring my martini yet. Because now I'm stirring this, stirring is slower than shaking, it's not getting there, and my daiquiri is just melting away while I finish my martini. So we want everything to move forward and try and cross the finish line as close as possible. So just to recap, these are my two general principles. And this is why I think whatever drinks I was serving, I could be making coffee. I'd still be thinking about some of these same ideas. There, it's different, the drinks are warmer than the room, but whenever you're serving drinks that are out of kind of whack with the environment, they're going to change and it's not going to be for the better. So I'm going to be thinking, what's going to change faster? And I'm going to be thinking, how can I work on these things together? So what I'm now going to do is I'm going to try and demonstrate this. And of course, the challenge to like making drinks without a bar, and that is why we have round building blocks. So to recap, green block is going to represent a sort of a not urgent step here. My yellow blocks are my sort of semi-urgent steps, which is usually going to mean stirring, churning. And then red is going to be, this is urgent. If I start doing this, then I want those drinks to be going out, because as we saw, 1 minute is not a very long time. I'm now going to reorganize my table. If you just talk among yourselves for a second. I just need more hands. I mean, this is the same challenge as bartending, really. You just don't have enough hands. And so, I am going to make for you guys, going to make a glass of champagne, so one of my bartender-friendly first category drinks. I'm going to make you a whiskey sour and a mojito. I'm going to make you a daiquiri, and I'm going to make you a martini. Now, I'm going to work on this together, so these three, I'm going to pour my ingredients for whiskey sour, mojito, daiquiri. I've got various shared ingredients there in citrus, sugar syrup. No need to pick up a bottle twice. Prepare my garnish for a whiskey sour. I can dry shake this at this stage because, again, no ice, so you can regard that as prep. Can fill my martini in a glass there, cut my twist. So at this point, if let's say a guest comes in, I need to greet them or I need to take a payment, something distracts me, I can walk away from the round for a couple of minutes. It's not going to have any ill effect on the end product. At this stage, now that I've done all of the prep I can on my cocktails, this would be the time where I pour my glass of champagne. Indeed, if they were like some beers to get out of the fridge, anything like that, perfectly reasonable to do this first. This might take a minute or two, so don't pour the wine early. But at this point, before I add ice here, I'm going to finish that off. Say 3 blocks of the finished drink. That's not too urgent. I'm going to give it like a sort of a semi-urgent. But now I am up against the clock. Now I want to get on with this because eventually that glass of champagne is not going to be as good as it was. Now, in terms of the order that I want to finish these drinks, daiquiri and martini, I want those to be done last because if I can get those to your lips in under 60 seconds, I think that is going to have an appreciable benefit to your enjoyment of the drinks. But that doesn't actually mean that I'm going to start working on them in that order necessarily. Stirring a drink is relatively slow compared to shaking one. Shake for like 10 or 15 seconds, you're done there. Stirring a drink down is likely to take a little bit longer. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to ice up the martini first. I'm going to stir that a little bit. Now what I'm aiming to do here is not go quite as far as I want to serve it, but because I'm not beating texture into it, I'm going to stir it a little bit, taste it, I know where I'm at on that. And now this is going to give me a break point. And at this point, I'm going to ice up my mojito. I'm going to churn that, straw in, taste it. Now that's basically good to go now, but whenever you're making a crushed ice drink, you have to add ice in 2 goes because you've got to crown it, you've got to make it look nice. If I were to leave the mojito for 10 minutes, it won't be any good anymore, but again, I've now got time to, that just needs finishing. I'm going to shake my whiskey sour, I'm going to strain that, and then I'm going to apply my final presentational touches to both of those drinks together, so grouping my sort of iced second category drinks together. Now, not very much left to do here. Maybe have a final taste of that. Does it need a bit more stirring? Let's say it does. I'm going to ice up my daiquiri. I mean, I just can't mime stirring and shaking and use the microphone simultaneously. But you kind of like... get those glasses out of the freezer as late as I can, strain them off, garnish that. Everything goes out, and even if that's going to the table in the corner of the room, I'm now hoping that these drinks can get to their guests within the time frame that I've kind of set myself as a target. And I guess that is the kind of like, one thing actually it's worth noting that having a variety of different methods and serves is helpful. A lot of the time, life is hardest if you have to do lots of the same thing at once because we've got 2 hands. If you want to work efficiently, you want to be using both your hands, but you also want to be breaking the tasks down into manageable chunks. So if you actually, let's say you've got like 4 different shaken drinks on the rocks at once, this starts to be harder because I have to shake 2, shake the next, maybe these ones are waiting. So this is worth thinking about when you design your menu. Have some different serves because chances are it will actually make your life easier when you're making drinks. I'm going to do a few more little examples with the building blocks because, I mean, I carried them here. I think sorry, let's just... introduce an element of jeopardy to the presentation. So let's say I was making simple round, 2 people, just a whiskey sour and a French 75. Now this is a case where no reason not to, I can build both my ingredients, dry shake that, make my garnish. I like to pour fizzy wine into a flute before I shake the drink, saves me doing it later, so I'm going to actually half fill my glass with champagne in my prep. And then I can shake both of those drinks together, finish both of those drinks together, easy peasy, making 2 drinks at the same time. It's just, it is the dream. But what happens if I start adding some more drinks to this round? Okay, so now I'm going to add a Mai Tai. Now, at this point, I've kind of got like a question as to the order that I might choose to do this, because French 75, although it's a shaken cocktail, I'm not freezing my champagne flute, and the textural dimension to the drink has got more to do with the fizzy. Well, it's basically about the fizzy wine rather than me shaking aeration into it. So at this point, actually, I reckon, prepare all of my drinks, obviously. The question here for me, actually, I think is like, if I've got my rocks glasses in a freezer, I'd probably be inclined to shake and finish my French 75, and then do my whiskey sour and my Mai Tai next, just because I think that actually, particularly the visual appeal of that is going to be more stable than these ones in rocks glasses. On the other hand, if my rocks glasses are like on the back bar, then finishing these 2 drinks is definitely going to be fiddlier than finishing just this one drink. So I've got 2 hands there, so I might well finish the 2 drinks on the rocks, and then it's going to take me no time at all to finish the French 75, so it's going to be less of an interval. So again, like the way my bar sets up, the principles are the same, but what I might choose to do is going to depend on what I have in my environment. If I were to add a margarita now to my round, I was expecting a bigger table. Margarita there. So at this point, given that I've got 4 drinks to make, building blocks again. Now, I'm definitely going to finish the margarita last. That's certainly the most sensitive as far as I'm concerned. But so it makes sense. I've got 2 hands, shake and finish Mai Tai and whiskey sour, and then I can shake and finish these guys together. On the other hand, if I were to hadn't anticipated moving building blocks with one hand being as slow as it is, I thank you for your patience. So let's take out the whiskey sour. And now if I put in a clover club, so in this case, I want to finish the clover club and the margarita last up. So in this instance, I'm going to group the French 75 with the Mai Tai and finish both of those together, which then just means that I've got the final touches to do on those. Everything goes out together. So again, the way my bar sets up, the way each ticket sets up, these are things that I can play around with. I mean, honestly, that's part of the fun of mixing drinks for me, is like each ticket is like it's kind of like a little puzzle, and I really enjoy that aspect of it. But yeah, I suppose just to say, in conclusion, hopefully you can see this, like, it's not, I honestly don't believe that this is about having rules that you must follow, because I think that rules can be very restrictive. Rules that work in one place might not work in another place. And better, on the other hand, I think that understanding your methods and just try stuff. A lot of the time, if there's a question of like what's going to work better, just make 2 drinks and see. There was a guy in Satan's Whiskers last night asking why I don't reverse dry shake things. I was like, well, it makes a lot of foam. I happen to be making a pisco sour at the second, so I just built it. I was like, make one. So I think that this is nice foam. I can't get as much, but I'm getting nice foam. I can do my sort of cool Angostura bitter garnish, send that out, and then just make another one and reverse dry shake it. You just get like a cloud of froth. if you want, the thing is, if you want to achieve that with a drink, and it might be that for something that works well, but the main thing is, if there's a question, try it. Don't take things for granted, and understanding what you're hoping to achieve, setting yourself targets in that, and thinking how you can go about achieving those targets, I guess, is the kind of like the mindset that I think can help us all to just keep getting better. Anyway, I think that is most of the content I have there. Thank you for inviting me, Monica. Cheers.
Thank you so much. I think that was very useful for many of us. But I'm very curious to know, in your research, was there a myth or something that we all are taught as bartenders that you kind of crushed and realized was wrong?
I don't, I mean, any of you who have had a look through the book, I mean, one thing, I mean, again, think about the annoying member of staff who starts in your bar and thinks that they know everything and thinks that their way's better. Like, you're not going to get on well with that person. And there are definitely some, I mean, it's pretty clear what, if you wanted to, anyone wanted to know what do I think about bar method, it's easy to find it now, but I don't expect everyone to agree with me on a bunch of points. I mean, if there's one takeaway from that, I mean, we didn't talk about things like pour testing and tasting of drinks here today. It's not really the time for it. I definitely think bartenders should taste their drinks. Indeed, actually, if you just want to ignore everything I've said up to this point and take away that one thing, if you are making drinks from scratch, you do need to taste them. Once you start pour testing, you realize that you're not 100% accurate. And so if I make 10 daiquiris in a row, I'm probably going to correct one or two of them for sweet and sour. And yeah, so unless you're pre-mixing everything, taste your drinks. I don't know. I mean, I think I have tried to be, whatever I think, I've tried to explain why I think it, and it definitely has all come about from testing. Many drinks thrown in the sink, many long arguments with other bartenders, and usually, though, the best thing to do is just to go and try something. But yeah, I'm all like super up for discussing any of the stuff, because really that is how we move things forward. I mean, we've been like doing a bit of stuff with the Schofield brothers up at their bars, and those guys, they like cobbler shakers and they like hard shaking things, and I kind of, that's pushed me. I've always been dismissive of cobbler shakers. I still don't particularly want to use them, but from talking to Joe and Dan, I have now got my very expensive Birdie cobbler shakers, and I have had a play with them, and I have learned something from doing that. So the main thing is, I think that discussion, yeah, like, I don't know, just like if someone's doing something that you think's weird, ask them. The only answer that annoys me, if I see something, I'm a bit like, why are you doing that? If someone gives me like a reason, I might think that reason is flawed, but at least then we can test it, we can try it. What annoys me is when someone says, "Oh, well, someone told me that was the way." Actually, there was a guy who came to Satan's. He'd contacted Kayla, and he wanted to come and do the pour test. I was just like, "That's really cool that you want to do that." So yeah, he came in. We did this during service, and the way he was holding a bottle, he's basically doing it like that. And I mean, this, as you can probably see from my expression, is really uncomfortable. And he just did it, and it's just like, and he was very slow and not brilliantly accurate. And I sort of said to him afterwards, like, I'm out of interest, why do you hold a bottle like that? And he's just like, oh, well, it's how I was taught. I was like, but isn't that like really uncomfortable? He's like, yeah, kind of, but yeah, you can put your thumb there. I'm just like, whoever has taught you has done you a disservice, but you also haven't helped yourself by not questioning it. If we question what we're doing, we might find a better way of doing it. If we don't question what we're doing, we'll never improve. So yeah, I suppose if I have trampled on any toes, then my intentions were good.
And you briefly mentioned the pour testing as well, and that's also an element of the book.
Yes. I do care deep. Well, I think it may not be the most glamorous action, but probably the most repetitive, like the action that we perform the most on a bar is just pouring liquids from one thing to the next. And if you want to make drinks consistently, pouring consistently is important. I mean, there's only so much point in learning the specs if you can't actually pour liquids accurately. If you've worked in a free pour bar, then everyone does pour testing regularly because everyone knows that free pouring is a liability if you don't pour test. What I would suggest to you is that jiggering without pour testing can also be quite a liability in its own right. I first started doing this when I was working at Milk and Honey, and at that point I had a jigger for everything. I had 5, 10, 15 spoons. I had a 20-40 measure. I had a 15-30. I had a bunch, like half of my bar top was covered in jiggers. And I was just interested. I was going like, how accurate am I with this? So I made up a pour test, did it myself, and didn't score very well. I scored like barely 90%. I was like, that's a pass on a free pour test. And so I did it again a bit slower. And yeah, I think this is a great thing for all bartenders to do because you will do it and you will not score 100%. I think if you are proficient, then you can score 95 consistently. On a good go, you might score 98, but you'll never score 100. I think this is a really, really helpful realization because A, it shows that you have to taste your drinks because you're not 100% accurate. And B, it means that, I don't know, it's just practicing these things helps. Yeah.
I agree completely. I'm going to open up for questions from the floor. If anyone has any questions, of course. If not, I have many.
My number one question is also an opportunity to give you a plug. But can you sign my book? Anyone else
yes,
in the room?
Thank you. Should I do?
And have you had that before? Are you starting to get a lot of people coming in talking about the book in the bar?
Yeah, I can't spell for shit.
I followed up with, do you get that question a lot at the bar? Do you get people coming in and chatting about the book on service?
I do get a little bit of it in the bar, and it's always embarrassing, and I'm not very good at kind of taking compliments about it. In answer to your question, am I selling it? I brought 4 copies with me. Who asked that? You're the second person to ask, so you have a copy of the book. I have no means of taking money, but you outstanding. Yeah, you show. Is that a question or a request for one of the 2 remaining books? Yeah, I think they're around the back, but yeah, okay.
Any questions?
What was I saying? Do I have further questions?
How many accreditation tests you do every week, every month, or?
There was that the pour test thing. Did you say? I work on it a lot when someone first starts. So let's say we hire a new member of staff. That's something that I will do with them straight away, just to see where they're at. It's a little bit unlike free pour testing. You do just need to do it like start of every shift, at least weekly. The most important lesson is doing it the first time and realizing that you suck, which is definitely what I did. But once you realize that, practice definitely improves things. The test is timed as well, and generally being able to just pour quickly and accurately, especially when you are very, very busy at work, practicing that helps a great deal. Kevin and I just do it for sport because we're kind of geeks like that. So basically any opportunity we'll do it. And yeah, I try and get our staff to do it sort of as often as I can, but the main thing is to get people first. But I think, again, topics that I think should be emphasized more when training people in the first place. A lot of the time, I think when you start working on a bar for the first time, someone just hands you a jigger and expects that you're going to use it. I think that is a reckless assumption. So yeah, it's a topic that I certainly would impress on people early. And again, sort of much like that, along with round building insofar as once you know how to make a gin and tonic and a daiquiri, think about how you'd go about it if you were going to make a gin and tonic and a daiquiri. Because again, that's what we do. Like, professional bartending isn't about making one drink. So I think that idea should be introduced at an early stage.
And I think also...
My favourite pourer? Are they Robert Dias or the kind of like generic speed pourers? I don't have a particular brand that I love. I think that we order them from Ascot. They send us what they send. But yeah, in any case, they're kind of like the bog standard ones. I don't know their proper name. Spill stop. Okay, yeah, I don't know.
But also, do you always use pourers when you pour from a bottle, or do you sometimes just pour from the bottle?
If it's stuff from the back bar, then I'll pour without pourers. I don't envy people who work in bars where they do everything straight from the bottle. And although I think there's probably more of this in the United States than there is in the UK right now, and this idea that the bartender is just so good at what they're doing that they just pour it from the bottle and they know the level and it's perfect. I'm just going to say, I don't think these people are actually testing themselves, and I think it would be interesting for them to see. But I mean, again, to anyone, I think, like, it's not that my way is obviously better, but I would be interested to test things rather than just assume them, and I think that pourers make life a lot easier.
Yes, so if the pour is wrong, it's the pourer, not the pour top or the bottle, probably.
Oh, what was that, sorry?
I just said that if the pour in the end is wrong, it's probably the person, not the bottle, the liquid, or the pour top. It's the person pouring.
Yeah, it's definitely the person. I mean, I think whatever kit you choose to use, then yeah, I think practice and checking yourself is probably a good idea. But
all right, I think we had a question here.
Thank you very much. We're big fans of all the work at Satan Whiskers and of your book. But this is kind of an old school thing. You make it very simple, but it is really difficult to consistently build your rounds properly, especially when you work with classic cocktails and they can ask you whatever they want, and they can ask you for a mojito any time of the year and you're ready to do it. It's very difficult. It seems that the bar world has reverse engineered that and find methods to go past it. So they're pre-batching. I've been in bars where bartenders do only part of the menu. Like, an order will come in and there's a bartender that just does a steer drinks and another one does a shaker drinks. They don't never mix. And it kind of works.
Yeah.
Have you ever found methods that go round the round building?
I think that the general ideas probably apply throughout, but on the other hand, in different settings, I mean, pre-batching, very, very useful, particularly in higher volume settings. Also, you can incorporate ingredients, home-make ingredients you can't do otherwise. I think for particularly long drinks like carbonated highballs, I think you can do some really cool stuff batching it that you simply can't do making from scratch. But you're right, I mean, these are definitely somewhat sort of traditional ideas. And if I get a ticket for, let's say, God help me, there's a ticket of like 10 people. Occasionally it happens in Satan's, we put 2 tables together. If I get a ticket through for 10 drinks and there's 2 of us on, I'll definitely split that, because there's a definite limit to how much you can do at once before it's just impossible to get things out in the kind of times you want when you're trying to do too much. So yeah, making drinks in Satan's is fiddly. Everything is made from scratch, things change all the time. I wouldn't always set up a bar like that. Certainly at Street Feast, we were tending to do much smaller menus and we would utilise pre-mixing a lot more. So I think, yeah, like a menu should fit its environment, because it's definitely it's a whole process. There's no point in writing a very fiddly component drinks list and then just failing to get it out to people because you've made your life too difficult. But I still think that as long as we're serving cold drinks in a warm room, and as long as we've only got 2 hands, the ideas are still going to be relevant. But yeah, I would definitely employ them differently and tailor them to the environment, which is why I've trying to have as few rules as possible and just some guiding ideas.
Thank you.
All right, Dean, you can finish with one question, but not asked to sign anything else, please. Then we'll let that.
This might sound ridiculous, but in the culinary world, you have a pass. So people put the dishes up, and there's a hot lamp. In my dream bar in my head, the dispense would have a freezer plate and be chilled. So when you're putting the drinks up, they would then stay in kind of situ, they'd stay cold. Has that ever been discussed or considered?
It's a cool idea. Thinking out loud, because I haven't really thought of it. I feel like I think it would warm up quite quickly. A heat lamp radiates heat down, but you can still have open to the kitchen, open to the pass, so you can have very directional heating. I don't know whether you can achieve directional chilling in quite the same way, and my worry is if it's got a door on it, besides from whether it's, I suppose, how that would work practically, but I just think as soon as you're busy, it's going to be like our freezers start the night at -22, but by the end of a busy Saturday night in summer, they're barely below zero. It is what it is. If there was some kind of like chill ray that you could just shoot at things, I mean that would be. If you can invent it, then I'd be interested to try it.
The question was more, have you ever considered that? Has that been debated? Changing the environment to make the drinks last that little bit longer?
It is not something that I personally have ever considered. On the other hand, I mean, I suppose keeping, actually, like a funny one, doing event work. I mean, this is a bit of a tangent, but doing events at Street Feast where, let's say, you needed to serve 200 glasses of champagne as a welcome drink. It's a lot easier in winter than it is in summer, because if you set up trestle tables outdoors and you can pour 200 glasses of champagne, and it's colder outside than ideal service temperature, and it lasts forever. On the other hand, when you need to serve thousands of beers in the middle of summer and a truck's just turned up and deposited pallets of beers in the sun, and you're like, it's next to impossible. But I'm not sure. I think we just need to accept that the nature of cocktails, they are fragile flowers, and I mean, the sort of the Harry Craddock quote of like when best to drink a drink is when it's laughing at you, and I think the same thing is true now as it was 100 years ago. Cocktails should be drunk while they're laughing at you, and my job as a bartender is to make sure that I give you a chance to do that.
And with that, I think we say thank you so much to Daniel. It was amazing. And for everyone else, thank you so much for joining us, either in person or online. It's been a great few days. Before you leave, please leave your headsets on the stand, and all the talks will be available online. Past this, we'll just have a moment where Dean downloads it and edits it, and then he'll get it back up. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And unfortunately, we don't have
My name is Goi, and I am in charge of hospitality and operations within our 7 operating venues in Singapore.
I am Indra Cantono. I'm Goi's husband as well as co-founder in Jigger & Pony Group. On a day-to-day basis, I look after our marketing and business development aspects.
I was working in Singapore Airlines for about 6 years. The biggest joy that I have with my jobs was the people I meet, the people I cross paths with, and the inspiration I get from them. Indra and I sat down and we thought about it hard on, what would be the right direction. From his corporate life, we took a page and we created what would be our company's mission: to be a place in the community people can find comfort, forge friendships, and share happiness. So that's how we started the business. We decided that a bar is a social place where people can meet other people and inspire other people, and that's why we decided to start a cocktail bar.
I come from a very completely different background altogether. I came from management consulting and finance. So when we first opened our first bar, Sugar and Pony, some 11 years ago, we didn't quite exactly know what we were doing. We didn't quite exactly know what we didn't know. But perhaps that allowed us to also bring a fresh perspective and a fresh way of doing things. In the beginning, it was tough. When we first hired our first team, I think within the first 8-9 months, pretty much all of the opening team have left us. Probably because we were not very good managers. We've never really managed people and understood a lot of the protocol, the norms in food and beverage. But we persevered through. We learned on the fly. We had the good opportunity of having very good mentors. So perhaps in hindsight, while it was challenging, it brought us some good original way of doing things. The Singapore community has turned into something really special, and a lot of it is because of the camaraderie, positivity, one bar supporting another bar. We felt that there was this amazing opportunity to create something totally new in Singapore at that time, and to convert people who have never drank cocktails or don't have cocktail drinking as part of their everyday culture to embrace that. Of course, Koy and I are also as happy when we have young bartenders coming to us and say, hey, I want to open my own bar too. We hope that this community will continue to grow, and perhaps they'll have it even easier than when we started, because finding resource now is a lot easier than before.
As we go into the modern age of technology, everybody can deliver their food, their groceries, watch movies, and entertain at home. Why do people still come out? For efficiency, we should just meet online, virtually. But humans are social creatures, and I think they come out even more so now for that human connection, that experience that you can orchestrate for them. And that is the huge difference between service and hospitality.
This is all not to say that beverage is not important in a cocktail bar. That is definitely our product. But the product is a means to that end. Come for the cocktails, and stay for the hospitality, and definitely come back for the hospitality. We try to give our team the ability to make decisions and to really focus on hospitality. We're not here to control every single aspect. It's not that cocktail where you have acid adjusted and bricks measured to make sure it's perfect. In fact, let's take a look at things that will go wrong and find a way about how we can turn them around. And let's share those stories every day on the reports and with our team.
Just in general, I don't believe in rules. I think rules are meant to be broken. Instead, our organization is built on values. We have 5 company core values that we use every day with our team. My favorite one being irrelevancy of being right. In order to be successful in gaining engagement, you can use these principles to build your success. It is something that you realize that you have become a manager when you feel your success is when your team have successes.
We have 120 full-time team members. It's a lot of responsibility and a lot of mouths to feed. But at the same time, what we realize is, look, you're not doing this alone. The bigger you are as an organization, the stronger your team and the more motivated, smart people you have in your organization. Koyi mentioned before that the success of a manager is to find successes through other people. What we try to do now is to try to create systems, to try to then introduce a lot of principles. We are also building, for example, our own version of the Campari Academy that we humbly call the Pony Academy, where we want our team to quickly learn and to adopt this mindset that when I join Sugar and Pony Group, it's going to be constantly about learning and constantly then about imparting that knowledge as well. I think that's what we've learned to do, that together we can actually achieve even more.
Since reopening from the pandemic, I think the hospitality industry definitely, in terms of workforce, has shrunk significantly. And then also thinking about how the pandemic changed our ideals of work and work-life balance. We were thinking about how to be creative in terms of allowing people to do what they enjoy, but also providing the support and being able to grow the team and the organization. So then we created this role where when you apply to us, you are assessed as a full-time team, and then you have an option to do a 4-day work week. Your 4-day work week is prorated based on the full time, so that you aren't working 4 days and 16, 18 hours a week, you're actually working less hours. That allows you the opportunity to have a stable job, but also pursue passions.
I think the key part here is having options as opposed to prescribing this is the one and only one way. There's a lot of debate perhaps out there today about what is the right work model for the future generations of hospitality industry. You know, there will be those that want to work as a part-time while I'm studying or pursuing another career. Or as what you mentioned, perhaps this becomes a stable base in which I then pursue other freelance jobs. Or I really love this, I want to become a management, or I want to become the best bartender in the world. I want to dedicate 110% of my effort into this, and we will be able to fast track and give you all the training that you want for you to be an expert in the field. So I think it's about having those options. The truth is, a bar, a restaurant, hey, it's a business. There's a lot of passion involved in it, there's a lot of creativity involved in it, but we have bills to pay. And in order to do that, we have to have enough revenue for that to happen. As the community mature, as the bar industry mature, as our team mature, they understand that too. That our bar managers here, they are actually on the driving seat of a multi-million-dollar business. They're responsible for this. And I think for them too, this is like exciting. You know, when they started their career, they were making cocktails and that's it. And now they're responsible for an entire business. Sometimes they can be a dirty word, like to talk about business when it comes to restaurants and bars. I don't think it's dirty at all, and especially if the pandemic reminded us, is if we can't pay salaries, we can't pay rent, there's not going to be any restaurants and bars.
For bartenders that eventually want to and look to opening their own bar, one of the biggest challenges that they need to face is understanding that it's no longer about them and their cocktail, but it's about running a business and taking care of people. And at the end of the day, you must have an open mind and the willingness to adapt your product to be able to be successful in business. Being okay that you may have to disagree, but be on board with other people's ideas. If you partner and work with somebody who only agrees with you, you are never challenged to think thoroughly about your concept and what you're about to execute.
If I were to look at it on my hindsight, I wish we had started our bar earlier, believe it or not, because I think it's very rewarding. We want people to love becoming a hospitality professional. In this part of the world, hospitality wasn't thought of as a preferred career. I think for now, one of the goals that we want to measure our success by is just how successful can we be in changing that perception and also changing the reality. You know, perception exists because perhaps there's some reality to it. Perhaps it is true that F&B careers in the past can be very uncertain and only suitable when you are fit and young and healthy. But we want to try our best as an industry and as a company to see how can we make sure that eventually people who say, I love people, I love hospitality, I think there's a lot of people who love people out there in the world, that they can say, you know, I want to be a bartender. It's a great career. Or I want to be a chef. It's a great career.